Most of the time it'll be in a syringe like this. So twist off the cap, then hold
Look.
it at an angle against the CPU like so, making sure
Alright,
it's
I gotta
flat and
need to
perpendicular to your work.
pause this video. My phone going off. Right. Ready. Oh wait, I should probably change the title. Data and building. Okay. Oh yeah, I just realized there's a typo in my thing. Fuck. Oh my god, that would have been terrible if I broke it somehow. Alrighty. I guess I should probably focus on this for now. And I'll put on the video for afterwards. I don't know, should I move this? Take this away? Oh wait, no, it's gonna bump into something. Okay, I gotta like periodically like move it away and closer to me. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna annoy me all day. Having to move this around and all that. Let's see. I'm gonna also open up my music channel. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do this without music all day, so it's gonna suck. Alright, let's see if that plays. Hopefully it's not too loud. Alright, I gotta move this again. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay, I think I'm going to attempt the hardest thing. I think what I've seen from all the YouTube videos I've seen so far, and then like my own research. Actually, I should where'd that book go? Right here. Alright, we're gonna put on the CPU first. One through 9. I'm trying to find the instructions to install the CPU right now. Oh, okay, here. Okay, to install the CPU, unplug all power cables before installing the CPU. The AM5 socket has a different pinout design. Ensure that you use a CPU design for AM5 socket. So that is that is my socket right here, my AM5. Okay, hopefully. This is my first time opening this box. A little worried. Come on, see if it can focus. Yeah, hopefully that says what it says. It's Horizon. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know these things come with a cooler. I probably didn't need to waste money then buying a cooler if I knew this comes with one. Alrighty. Yeah, this is the cooler. The CPU cooler. Yeah, this is the CPU cooler. But I got an AIO cooler. Okay. I've never done this before, and I hear a lot about the CPU process being the hardest thing to work with. So the one thing it says do not take this off. This black plastic piece. Okay. Actually, wait, before. So this flips up from down here. Okay. So I'm reading the instructions. Okay. Push down, pull there. So this is all the way up. Now this should lift. Lifting. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Okay. So it looks like it just says I don't think there's an orientation pattern, is there? Wait, is there an orientation pattern for building a PC? Or putting in the CPU? Yeah, Anna. Alright. Yeah, I'll eat later. Okay, I gotta figure out. Yeah, I gotta figure out thing here. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, I see. Okay, I don't think you guys can see it, but there's a little triangle right there. I see. I think that means something. Hopefully. See. I'm opening up the CPU. Okay. Join the conversation. All right. This is like more paperwork. Okay. So I'm on the part of the manual here where it says align pin. Yeah, so that triangle is there for a reason. Oh my god. This is actually heavy. Okay, it's in. I installed my first CPU. I don't know why. I was stressing. This seems very difficult to do. Oh wait. Okay. I hate to be this guy, but I need to review this manual every single time. Oh, wait, I folded it over. Alrighty. Uh. Okay, CPU installed. This is over. Pull the clip back and install. All right. I thought this thing's supposed to come on. There we go. I have officially installed my first ever CPU. Okay, I'm gonna hold on to this because I'm pretty sure the videos say you need to hold on to this. Now I'm gonna go back to. Okay, sorry, I need to pause the music. Pause this. Open up. Okay. Before we move on to the RAM. Okay, we're gonna go to RAM. I'm gonna make this window a little bit larger. You guys don't even need to see me. Sorry, people are texting me right now. Oh, wow. Okay. So I think I get the gist of it in order to install. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Dad. All right. So let's see. In order to install. Okay. So this is DDR5 RAM, and I'm using dual slots. So it looks like it's telling me I gotta use the gray ones out here. How do you install it? You think I played enough PC building simulator, I would know how to do this. Okay. So looks like this one doesn't come out. Yeah, no. This side doesn't come out. This side does. Alrighty. So this is my RAM. It is Crucial DDR5. I'm also. Oh. Oh, maybe music again. You know what? Let's play the Has Been Hotel thing. Okay, that was a lot more harder than it needed to be. I don't think... Is it supposed to click in? Okay, I finally got that installed. Okay. That took a lot more effort than I thought to install a couple of RAM slots. I've changed out RAM on my laptop, and that did not have to be as hard as this. Okay. So this one, the M.2, because it says right there M.2. Okay, I'm going to pause the music. Oh, fuck.
Slot that's labeled as going to your CPU to leave it open for a faster NVMe SSD later on down the road. But it really shouldn't matter as long as the slot supports SATA. On the flip side, if your SSD is NVMe, you should avoid slots labeled as going through the chipset or PCH, because these could bottleneck the drive's performance compared to a CPU connected slot. If you have multiple NVMe SSDs and don't really have a choice, you'll want to use the CPU M.2 slot for the faster SSD if applicable. Thankfully, because M.2 slots have the same installation instructions regardless, you don't need to take any of that into consideration when it's time to actually put it together. Remove the heatsink from your motherboard if applicable, and for the love of all that's good, take off the protective film on the thermal pad now, so you don't forget. Next, make sure that the standoff is in the appropriate position. Most M.2 SSDs use the 80mm long 2280 position. It may already be installed here, and if so, it may also have a very small Phillips screw inserted into it. You'll need to remove that Phillips screw before going any further, if so, but if you don't have a standoff at all, you'll have to find it in your motherboard box. Usually it's in a little baggie along with the tiny Phillips screw. Free it from its prison, twist it into place on the 2280 position, and you're up to speed. Visually line up the SSD's pin side with the slot, taking note of the notch that's cut into it. This should line up perfectly with a tab on the M.2 slot and typically results in the SSD's label facing out. It's okay if your SSD has 2 notches but your slot only has 1. This keying means that the SSD is either SATA or supports 2 PCI Express lanes rather than 4. A special note for if your SSD has its own heatsink, the connector side will almost always be on the bottom of the heatsink, with the fins facing outwards. If your motherboard has a heatsink for this slot, you might want to remove the heatsink from your SSD now in order to use that instead. There's usually some clips on the sides that you can just prise apart to release it. There will be a gummy thermal pad on the inside that sticks to it, but no one I'm aware of glues these together, so it shouldn't be a big deal to peel it free.
Alright, enough foreplay already. Angle the SSD by about 30 degrees or so relative to the slot and line it up. It should slip in easily with a little bit of pressure, and once you can no longer see the pins, it should stand up freely on its own. From here, it's easier if you get the tiny Phillips screw on the tip of a magnetic screwdriver before going any further, because you'll need to push the SSD down flat against the standoff we installed earlier and hold it there while you screw it into place. Now you want to be careful with this screw. It's very thin, very fragile, and very easy to misplace. It also offends easily. Line it up and twist it counterclockwise until you feel a little click, then start turning it clockwise to tighten it. It only needs to be snug enough that the SSD no longer moves when you let go. Now you can put your motherboard heatsink back on, if applicable. Now there are other ways to install an M.2 SSD, including on a PCI Express card or Asus DIMM.2 interface, and these are conceptually similar to connecting directly to the motherboard, with the exception of how they slot in. DIMM.2 installation is identical to standard RAM modules. Open the tab, line up the keyed notches with the slot, then align yourself with the vertical posts, push down, and click into place. The PCI Express card is the same as any other expansion card, and we'll take care of that later.
For now, it's time to move on to your cooler.
Okay. Alrighty. Gonna lower it down a bit more. Okay. Okay, so I gotta look for a slot on this thing. Alrighty. Where did I put my screwdriver? Right here. This fox and failed his zebra pots on his support. Sorry, I gotta drink some water. That's my SSD. So I gotta go back and watch that video again. What did it say about installing SSDs again? Let's see.
If you've got an all be flipped.
If your build has an M.2 SSD, now's the time to install it. It's pretty common for the slots to be hidden under heat sinks, so if you don't see any, you'll want to check your motherboard manual to figure out where these slots might be hiding. Some M.2 slots only support NVMe, while some only support SATA, and some support both. Your motherboard manual, again, will help you to identify them. So if your SSD is SATA, you should purposely avoid an NVMe slot that's labeled as going to your CPU to leave it open for a faster NVMe SSD later on down the road. But it really shouldn't matter as long as the slot supports SATA. On the flip side, if your SSD is NVMe, you should avoid slots labeled as going through the chipset or PCH, because these could bottleneck the drive's performance compared to a CPU-connected slot. If you have multiple NVMe SSDs and don't really have a choice, you'll want to use the CPU M.2 slot for the faster SSD, if applicable. Thankfully, because M.2 slots have the same installation instructions regardless, you don't need to take any of that into consideration when it's time to actually put it together. Remove the heatsink from your motherboard if applicable, and for the love of all that's good, take off the protective film on the thermal pad now, so you don't forget. Next, make sure that the standoff is in the appropriate position. Most M.2 SSDs use the 80mm long 2280 position. It may already be installed here, and if so, it may also have a very small Phillips screw inserted into it. You'll need to remove that Phillips screw before going any further, if so, but if you don't have a standoff at all, you'll have to find it in your motherboard box. Usually it's in a little baggie along with the tiny Phillips screw. Free it from its prison, twist it into place on the 2280 position, and you're up to speed. Visually line up the SSD's pin side with the slot, taking note of the notch that's cut into it. This should line up perfectly with a tab on the M.2 slot and typically results in the SSD's label facing out. It's okay if your SSD has two notches but your slot only has one. This keying means that the SSD is either SATA or supports two PCI Express lanes rather than four. A special note for if your SSD has its own heatsink, the connector side will almost always be on the bottom of the heatsink, with the fins facing outwards. If your motherboard has a heatsink for this slot, you might want to remove the heatsink from your SSD now in order to use that instead. There's usually some clips on the sides that you can just prise apart to release it. There will be a gummy thermal pad on the inside that sticks to it, but no one I'm aware of glues these together, so it shouldn't be a big deal to peel it free.
Alright, enough foreplay already. Angle the SSD by about 30 degrees or so relative to the slot and line it up. It should slip in easily with a little bit of pressure, and once you can no longer see the pins, it should stand up freely on its own. From here, it's easier if you get the tiny Phillips screw on the tip of a magnetic screwdriver before going any further, because you'll need to push the SSD down flat against the standoff we installed earlier and hold it there while you screw it into place. Now you want to be careful with this screw. It's very thin, very fragile, and very easy to misplace. It also offends easily. Line it up and twist it counterclockwise until you feel a little click, then start turning it clockwise to tighten it. It only needs to be snug enough that the SSD no longer moves when you let go. Now you can put your motherboard heatsink back on, if applicable. Now there are other
Okay. Here's the bag. I think this is for the SSD. Where's my motherboard manual? Found it. So Oh, no way. So this particular one, I don't need to get a screw. I can just twist it, apparently. Oh my god, I installed my first SSD. Alright. Cool. Right here. So I need to take off this rubber piece. I think this is the heatsink. Yeah. The video. There's a massive screw hole right here, so I assume that's Ayo Blackfire gonna pop his. This is a Christian Minecraft server. This is a Christian Minecraft server, Arctic. Welcome in. Welcome in. Anyway, I'm supposed to be at a cookout, or I'm supposed to be at eating food, but I told them building this computer takes more priority than eating food right now. Okay. Okay, that doesn't move, so I assume that's snug. Bro. How her doing bro. Bro. Oh, how are you doing, bro? I'm doing alright. Alright, you gave me a stroke reading that. Right. So from the video, it said, wait till you hear a click, and then it. Wait.
You better show some respect. Check your behavior. No one speaks to Zestial that way. Did you expect us to sit back and take your insolent brazen display? You've got it twisted. I'm not the one who needs a new attitude. Maybe you missed it, but I'm the hashtag bitch and
Fuck.
I will do.
Fuck. I screwed one side too far in. The other side came out. Shit. Fuck. Alrighty. How are you doing, Arctic? So, you said just tighten it snug. Do not torque it in the video. Alrighty. So, M.2 says So M.2 installed, CPU installed, RAM installed. You're doing good? Awesome. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. I think I'm done. Like, I'm done with all the motherboard preparation. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Okay, so this is my power supply. The SFX. And I also have this, an AIO. So I feel like there's going to be more parts I need to install on the motherboard, because I feel like the AIO comes with its own parts that I need to install. Just give me a minute. I'm going to unbox it on stream. Let's go. AIO water cooler. Thank you. Since we are going with a micro ATX build, I had to go with a fairly small build. So this is a 240 AIO cooler. Where's my scissors? Scissors. I just had scissors here. Where did it go? Alright, I'm just gonna use my screwdriver. This is actually a lot of work to take out of the case. What the hell? Why am I struggling so much taking this out of the case? There we go. Well, this box has lost its resale value. Okay, this box better come with a manual or something. But I need to move this, so very quickly my clean work setup has become dirty and just complete motherboard components, or just like in PC boxes, which is not a kind of a dream dirty room situation for me. Anyways, I'm gonna unbox this. All right. Gotta move this. Just gotta tease you guys a little bit. Poison, if you guys got the poison. Yo, Ghostly hit with the raid. Okay, component list. AMD bracket, tightening nut. So I'm looking for an AMD bracket. An AMD standoff. Thermal grease. Alright, cool. So I don't need to buy thermal paste. I can just rely on this.
Wait, what?
Hello, welcome in, people. Sadly, there's ads. How's it going, Ghostly? How was your stream? Man, after all them ads, I'm here. I'm sorry. You rated during an ad break, actually. Okay. Alrighty. I think I have to do more. We have to do more motherboard preparations. Let me put on that video again from Linus Tech Tips. Got it going good. Gotta go and get propane for tomorrow. God damn it, Bobby. Alright. That's all there. The hoes left to Sorry. Fuck! You guys didn't see it, but the fans fell over. And I thought I broke something. And instinctively I was like, fuck! Alright. This box is absurdly big. Okay. Live unboxing on stream, I guess. So this is my radiator. That is the CPU block. So there's fans in here. Okay, so I'm not going to take any of these out yet, even though technically I did. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to tear this part apart because this is taking a lot of room for some reason. I don't know why. Fucking yeet. Okay. Into the depths of hell. To the depths of hell you go. Okay. Ow. I feel like I need to do more motherboard prep. Bro, I'm cooked. They didn't label it. Okay, I got this is the thermal paste I need for my CPU. I'm gonna. You guys remind me. It's right here.
You don't understand. Heaven never listens. They didn't listen to me. They won't listen to you.
You don't know that.
I do. You didn't know that when I tried this all before. My dreams were too
How do I know which is which? They didn't include in the box which is which.
now you're the only thing worth fighting for. More than anything. More than anything. I'll shelter and adore you more than anything.
Dad, I don't need you to protect me from this.
I just don't want you to be crushed by them like I was.
Dad, when I was young, I didn't really know you at all. I always
Okay.
felt so small, but I heard your stories and I was enthralled. The tales about your lofty dreams, I listened breathlessly, imagining it could be me.
So this is the back plate for Intel. Yeah, this is the back plate for Intel. Good luck, bro. I gotta go. Oh. Oop.
I've been dying to find out who you are.
I've been waiting, wanting the same thing.
Looks like the apple doesn't fall far.
Took you a while.
I've missed that smile. All that I'm hoping.
Okay, so I need to take this out actually. Like, okay, I gotta take this out. I gotta take this black piece out and this black piece out in order to install my AIO.
Dearly beloved, it is my pleasure to say unto thee, welcome to heaven. Oh, where the virtuous reside 24/7. Oh, people are happy that they died, 'cause here we got no worries, got no burglaries, no strife. It's the perfect afterlife. Welcome to heaven. Oh, check out our sick decor, the spirit's living. Oh, please keep your brimstone off the floor. We got the best and brightest, the politest of the lot, and everyone is hot.
Gosh, I'm so pleased to show some outsiders around. After you see our realm, you'll never want to go back down.
Of course it is just temporary. I'm sorry you can't stay.
'Cause every single day in heaven is a happy day. Welcome to heaven.
But she was
All right, I'm checking my.
She showed us a soul can improve. He saw the light, Sarah. Checked all the boxes that you said would prove a person deserves a second chance. Now we turn our backs, no second glance.
It's not as simple as you think. Not everything is spelled in ink.
It's not fair, Sarah.
Careful, Charlie, keep a cool head.
No
Okay, I figured out one of them. One of the brackets here is for the CPU. Or the CPU cooler, so the AIO.
What are you saying? Let me get this straight. You go down there and kill those poor souls. Didn't know. Yes, the cat's out of the bag. What's the big deal? Sarah, tell me that you didn't know. I thought since I'm older, it's my load to shoulder. No. You have to listen. It was such a hard decision. I wanted to save you. The anguish it takes to do what was required. To think that I admired you, well, I don't need your condescension. I'm not a child to protect. Was talk of virtue, just pretension. Was I too naive to expect you to heed the morals you're purveying? That's what the fuck I've been saying. If hell is forever, then heaven must be a lie. If angels can do whatever and remain in the sky, the rules are shades of gray when you don't do as you say. When you make the wretched suffer just to kill them again. I was told not to trust in angels.
By her?
She should know.
We should go.
No! Don't you see? We've come so close. Look at them fighting. They're at each other's throats.
Don't you act all high and mighty. Did you ever think your little girlfriend might be a liar? Don't, Adam, please. What's the fuss? Why hide the fact that you're an angel just like us?
I see you're driven by your detestation. Your every step is stoked with animus. You need a different type of motivation, or there's no way that you can handle this. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, Baggy, you're out for blood, but you'll only stand a chance if you're out for love. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about, protect them and be out for love.
Okay. So for AM5, I gotta remove the screws on the motherboard. Alright, I finally figured it out.
Harness your heart and you can't help choosing to fight with all you can give. I know you're thirsting for vengeance, Faggy, you're out for blood, but you'll only stand a chance if you're out for love. Out for love, love. Think of who you care about, protect them and be out for love, love. You're gonna fight without gloves, and when that push comes to shove, yeah, you just might rise above, long as you're out for love.
Have you ever wanted something that was so clear in your mind that you could taste it? You mean like human flesh? Sort of. It's a feeling like a rumbling in your gut that you could finally be faced with a billion needy faces. I guess what I mean to say is, for the first time in my life, I might have to be ready for this, ready to be the one who's leading from the front. Gotta come into my own, gotta come into my throne, gotta take charge and defend my only home. And although I kind of feel unsteady now, I need to be ready for this. Have you ever felt like you're willing to die to save the people of your city? By die, you mean use my teeth to rip flesh apart? That's a start, 'cause right now we need a leader
Okay. Okay. So the mounting bracket needs these rubber pieces on it. Alrighty.
Already done so much. So many lives you've changed. So many souls you've touched.
So
And in the end,
before I continue, I'm gonna need to screw this in. I'm gonna only use hand pressure. Fuck. Right.
he did it for us. The ultimate sacrifice. He gave me his trust. And look how we paid the price. This bloodshed could have been avoided if I convinced heaven to work together. I took a hotel and I destroyed it. I know I could have done better, instead of letting you down.
Come on, little lady, why the frown? In the
We're almost done with this motherboard preparation, I think.
one to change this town. You can do this. Now I know it. For your story has just begun. You can't quit now. Hell, you owe it. There's still damage to be undone. You've changed my mind. You've touched their hearts. Found the good in souls gone bad. The stage is wrecked. The crowd is gone. But by
Okay. Alrighty. Figured it out. After taking another careful look at the thing, I realized how stupid I was. It doesn't go in this order, so take this out. Install this thing. This is the right bracket for AM5.
We'll make a difference, wait and see. We're gonna do this, you and me. And then tomorrow it will be a fucking happy day.
So now if I flip this over, does it get? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I finally got this bracket on now. Oh my god, I finally got this bracket on now. Holy shnikes. Let's see. So the motherboard's gonna be like... Please don't tell me I installed it the wrong fucking way. Please tell me this is the right bracket. This isn't... Yeah, no, this is the... I have the right bracket on. Okay, thank God. I would have been livid. So it would sit in a case like this. I could live with that. Okay. So that's taken out. 2's on. 3 rubber pads are down. 4 is screwed in. 5 is putting the pads. Okay. So, in terms of motherboard preparations, this is done. I am done preparing my motherboard. That's nice and tight. So just so I don't lose this ahead of time, I'm going to install these stoppers on first. Okay, I didn't lose it. I'm good. Fuck. Ready. Already got it. Okay. Okay. Motherboard preparation done. And that only took an hour and 20 minutes. I am tired. So I can close this off. And if I remember this correctly, okay, that stays on like that. Doesn't twist any further. these things can be taken off top, and that goes on to the motherboard. This needs to be put on there prior. Okay. I guess before I install Okay, so instead of doing case or getting the case ready, installing that in, I'm gonna need to install case fans. However, I did buy case fans ahead of time. Okay, I bought my own case fans. So that way we can all stick with the same brand. Yeah, I have no idea which orientation the fans are.
I got voices in my head again. Tread carefully, and I don't medicate, it helps me temporarily. I got problems, I got issues, yeah, apparently. Trauma that I'm burying, I think I need some therapy. I battled depression, I'm back with a message. I'm asking the question that if you hate me, why you acting obsessive? I'm past the point and no return by being passive aggressive. I'll brandish a weapon, teach all you motherfuckers a lesson. I actually battle my demons and shadows, and swimming the deep in the creep in the shallows. I'm lost. Gotta admit that I'm living the life that I've always wanted.
Yeah, I have no idea which way. Okay, these are 4 pins. That is 3 pins. Evil tendencies are fucking with me mentally. I got issues.
Stacking every little pretty penny that I'm getting, and I'll never
Yeah, we're gonna go with Wait, I have a question. Do you think I should go with because these fans are separate, but these are the fans that came with the yeah, yo. Oh wait, let me pause the music. Sorry, my desk is suddenly becoming very cluttered now.
Other ways to install an M.2 SSD, including on a PCI Express card or Asus DIMM.2.
I'm gonna watch the CPU cooler portion and
We'll
the
take care of that later.
For now, it's time to move on to your cooler. If you've got an
CPU
all-in-one
cooler.
liquid cooler, this step will be just installing the appropriate
AIO.
bracket.
So
if
we're
you
gonna
have an air
watch
cooler
this section.
or a CPU block for a custom loop, both of these will be installed now. Most coolers use similar mounting mechanisms in theory, but often the actual install will be pretty different. For air coolers, mounts like Noctua's SecuFirm system are among the easiest for consumer processors. No matter what socket, it consists of two pieces of metal with screw-down posts on the top side that screw into a backplate. There are spacers fitted to make sure the vertical alignment with the socket is just right for optimal mounting pressure, and the cooler itself screws down into these screw posts right here for a secure connection. Let's see what that looks like in practice. On Intel consumer systems, Noctua provides a backplate since that socket actually lacks one out of the box. So instead of screws going down into it, the backplate has posts that stick up through 4 holes in the motherboard, along with a little notch that allows it to clear the retention bolt on the lower side of the socket. Spacers are added per the instruction manual, double check the color, and then the appropriate bars are put on top. Now because Intel's cooler dimensions are symmetrical, that means they can go in either orientation depending on how you want your air to flow in your case. In most situations, you want your cooler to blow air towards the rear of the chassis, so you would install these bars laterally, then screw them down with these reverse thumb screws. On AMD, because a backplate is included, the spacers simply fit over the parts of the backplate that stick up through the motherboard, which means that your first order of business is to remove these plastic clip adapters that come standard on AMD boards.
I'm sorry
Make
if
sure you
everybody's like
keep
talking
those, by the
or like
way,
sending
because
chats or
some
anything.
coolers do
I'm not
require
seeing
them,
it
and losing them is
because
pretty bad for
I only
resale
have
value.
like
Then
you guys can
mounting
see the
bars
window
go
right
on
here. That's
and
very
get
small,
screwed
but I
down
need to
in the
see it
same
fully,
way.
so I
Now,
close.
because AMD's cooler holes are
I minimize the
asymmetrical,
OBS window
there are
to see
two
the
sets of
Google
mounting
thing.
bars, one long and one short. The short bars are what most people will use, as these are installed laterally so the cooler can exhaust air towards the rear of the case. Once it's screwed into place, you're ready to go.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled broadcast with a quick word from
Oh,
Seasonic.
no.
Reliable. That's the word. Whether it's how Seasonic stands behind their warranty or the fact that their power supplies just work, Seasonic has your back. So grab one of their power supplies today.
Or simply screw in the 4 studs, slot the mounting bars over in the orientation you prefer or that will fit, and tighten them down with reverse thumb screws, similar to Intel's consumer desktop sockets. Finally, Threadripper and Epic sockets are simpler still. The cooler just bolts down straight onto the socket's own retention mechanism. Because of the socket design, the cooler can only go on one way, so make sure to align it properly. One side is spaced narrow, and the other side spaced wide. But that mechanism is so simple that we're getting ahead of ourselves. We need thermal compound first. Many coolers come with some compound pre-applied, and feel free to use that if you like. It's usually fine, and it's easier than cleaning it off to apply something different. But if you want something fresh or you're remounting an old cooler, that's where isopropyl alcohol and coffee filters or paper towels come in. If it is an old cooler, I'd recommend doing a dry wipe first, but if not,
Wouldn't
wet the
you use
bottom of the
microfiber
filter or paper
towels?
towel with isopropyl alcohol, then rub away the thermal compound from the cooler in a circular pattern until most of it is wiped away. Then go over it 1 or 2 or 3 more times with some fresh isopropyl and a clean part of the towel until the towel starts to come off clean. To make sure the finger grease and dust is removed, you should repeat that last step with the CPU itself as well. With the surfaces clean, you can grab your thermal compound. Most of the time it'll be in a syringe like this. So twist off the cap, then hold it at an angle against the CPU like so, making sure it's flat and perpendicular to your work surface. Perpendicular. I think we should just leave that. Slowly squeeze the plunger until the thermal compound flows. The amount you want and where to put it varies by CPU. Intel consumer CPUs need about as much as a cooked grain of brown rice. From there, LGA 2011 and 2066 and AMD's AM4 processors get about a pea-sized blob, and it's up to you if you want to just plop it down in the middle, or go for the line, or the X method. It doesn't really matter as long as there's enough compound at the end of the day. For large CPUs like Threadripper, Epic, and Xeon Platinum, however, you're going to need a lot more. You can go with 2 pea-sized blobs and hope for the best, but in our experience, a series of dots or a line setup like this works best, and we've seen in the community that a large X pattern can work great too. If you're nervous about it, just spread it out to make sure you have full coverage, and if you're really nervous about it, the Honeywell PTM 7950 thermal pads that we sell on lttstore.com are really easy. You just cut it to the size of the CPU, peel it off, stick it on. If you're having trouble, put it in the fridge. Easy. Can't screw it up. The main takeaway is just to make sure you use enough to completely cover the cooler's integrated heat spreader, or IHS. That's the metal part on top of the CPU with its name lasered onto it. Once you're satisfied with the amount of thermal paste you've used, you can press the tip flat against the CPU to break the surface tension of the paste so it doesn't come up off the CPU when you lift the syringe away. Don't forget to recap it.
Of course, if you're using a thermal pad, don't just plop it down on there. Make sure you buy one that's sized for the CPU you want to use it with. You might need to use multiples for a big rectangular beast like Threadripper. Now that the thermal compound's sorted, just bolt down your cooler. For tower style coolers, you'll first want to unclip the fan from the cooler like so in order to access the screws. Then it's as simple as aligning the heatsink with the screw posts and tightening it down. For coolers with just 2 screws, it's best to tighten one side a little, then go to the other side, and just keep on going back and forth until you can't go any further. For coolers that have 4 screws, like the custom loop CPU blocks and air coolers like the Hyper 212, you'll first want to make sure there's no sticker on the cold plate, and then you'll want to screw them in an X pattern. It helps to get all of them started partway first, and start tightening them down a bit at a time by alternating to the opposite corner until it's tightened down all the way. If you're using an air cooler, now's as good of a time as any to attach the air part. Depending on the configuration, you might have 1 fan, 2 fans, or 0 fans if you're one of those passive types. U-lock can just ignore this bit. You can also ignore it if your fan is integrated into the cooler, like with a stock one. Fans are directional, and we'll talk more about this later in the case fan section, but here is all that you need to know for now. Some fans have markers that show the direction the air will flow from them, but if you're unsure, the side with the stickered part that doesn't move usually indicates that's the side the air will come out of. When installing a fan into a cooler, it's tidiest to have the fan's power cable coming out towards the motherboard. So just take that into account when you're finagling it into place. Most tower coolers these days have wire clips that hook into pipes. U-lock can just ignore this bit.
Alright,
you can also ignore it if your fan is integrated into the cooler, like with a stock one. Fans are directional, and we'll talk more about this later in the case fan section, but here is all that you need to know for now. Some fans have markers that show the direction the air will flow from them, but if you're unsure, the side with the stickered part that doesn't move usually indicates that's the side the air will come out of. When installing a fan into a cooler, it's tidiest to have the fan's power cable coming out towards the motherboard. So just take that into account when you're finagling it into place. Most tower coolers these days have wire clips that hook into the fan's mounting holes in order to then clip into the grooves on the cooler itself. It can be a little tricky, but it's basically just a matter of placing the fan in the desired orientation and stretching those wires over the grooves in the heatsink. It'll clip into place and you're good to go. Repeat as desired if your cooler takes more than 1 fan, but be careful about the orientation, and especially note any clearance issues with nearby motherboard heatsinks or memory. You may need to either mount the fan a bit higher than you otherwise would, or just scrap it entirely. It's still fine, 1 fan will do it.
Once the fans are in, look for the 4-pin header labeled CPU fan on your motherboard, or similar. This is almost always right next to the CPU socket, and for ASUS motherboards, it tends to be on the top edge as seen here. Line up the tabs on the cable with the one on the motherboard and press it into position. Either a 3-pin or a 4-pin fan can function perfectly plugged into a connector like this. And as we said previously, all the 4th pin does is add a separate pin for a finer fan speed control via PWM. So 4 pins are ideal, but not necessary. And in the case of liquid coolers, there might actually only be 1 wire to sense the RPM of the pump because it will draw power from a separate Molex or SATA connector. So that RPM sense wire is just to ensure that in the event your pump fails, your motherboard can either set off an alarm or initiate a safe shutdown. Now, if your cooler has 2 fans, you're going to want to check for a CPU opt or 2 header. If there isn't one, the cooler will often include a Y splitter that lets you connect both fans to a single header. Usually it is no problem to have 2 fans on one header, but don't go overboard because there are current limits through those connectors. With that done, we're finished with our motherboard for now. But now is also an excellent time to power on our system and make sure that every motherboards, it tends to be on the top edge as seen here. Line up the tabs on the cable with the one on the motherboard and press it into position. Either a 3-pin or a 4-pin fan can function perfectly plugged into a connector like this. And as we said previously, all the 4th pin does is add a separate pin for a finer fan speed control via PWM. So 4 pins are ideal, but not necessary. And in the case of liquid coolers, there might actually only be 1 wire to sense the RPM of the pump because it will draw power from a separate Molex or SATA connector. So that RPM sense wire is just to ensure that in the event your pump fails, your motherboard can either set off an alarm or initiate a safe shutdown. Now, if your cooler has 2 fans, you're going to want to check for a CPU opt or 2 header. If there isn't one, the cooler will often include a Y splitter that lets you connect both fans to a single header. Usually it is no problem to have 2 fans on one header, but don't go overboard because there are current limits through those connectors. With that done, we're finished with our motherboard for now. But now is also an excellent time to power on our system and make sure that everything's working while it's easy to access. For you air jockeys, you get to relax while the all-in-one liquid cooler users awkwardly hook their coolers up now outside the case, only to uninstall them again once they're done, and reinstall them yet again when everything is inside the case. Yes, it is a pain, but it's a small price to pay for not having to tear everything down if it doesn't work. Now, most liquid coolers simply have a bracket that twists on and off depending on the socket that you're using, and then screws straight down onto the mounting bracket that you installed earlier. If that's you, make sure you tighten them down in an X pattern, going a little on each corner one by one until none can go any further. There are unfortunately some vendors, like Cooler Master and newer Corsair units that use clips on AMD systems instead of screwing into the backplate, and this is where those standard AMD plastic clip things come in. It's inelegant in the modern age, but it ensures that coolers remain compatible backwards and forwards to an absolutely ludicrous degree, so you can't really blame AMD for this. Slide the clips through the holes on the block, start the retaining thumb screws enough to keep them from falling out, and then put the whole thing in place and make sure the tabs were captured by the clip. Then, while holding the clips in position, tighten it all down. It's going to feel really delicate, but stick with it and eventually it'll all be okay. Consider this a practice run for when you don't have so much room to maneuver. As for those of you who just have a water block and nothing else right now, well, you could fill up your loop on the bench, and that is what I would recommend, but if all you want to do is verify that it's working, you can slap the block on without water in it and power on for just long enough to see the post screen, about 10 to 20 seconds. It should be fine. Let's get into what that looks like.
Step 7. Pre-build test, aka the part where it going horribly wrong is a good thing, because if you don't find out now, you'll definitely find out later. In order to do a quick test, you'll need 3 things. Your power supply with accessories, your graphics card if applicable, and a screwdriver. First, if you have one, install your graphics card. This is significantly easier to do while the system is outside the case. Make sure that the tab on the long PCI Express X16 slot is pushed down, then grab your graphics card. Pull off any protective covers on the card edge connector, then line it up at the slot, giving it a gentle push until the retention clip is pushed into the locking position. Make sure it's in straight and you can't see any pins, because outside of the case, there isn't anything to hold it down. Once it's
Okay. So it looks like I did all the motherboard prep. CPU is installed, RAM is installed, the M.2 is installed. I replaced the installation bracket for the default one, which was this, with the AIO pump bracket. That's it. Motherboard prep is done. But I think now I'm going to focus from the motherboard to the AIO now, because there are some fans here I need to install. Give me a minute. Oh no. Almost lost it. I almost lost it. I almost lost whatever this is for. I think this is for the fans. Sorry, I gotta. No orientation. Nothing tells me like um. Oh, it's very hidden. Very well hidden. It looks like it only shows up in one location too. All right, what does the thing say? Yeah, it says install the fans like that. I got this. I hear my family in the room next door watching hockey. Sorry, I'm trying to do this without any music. Annoying. Okay. Get the open that. I'm just realizing now, most of these cases don't have the screws I need. Afraid. Yeah, there's no case fans for this one. They only gave me one. They only gave me one set of screws for this. Whack. Whack like crack. I mean, I'll see if I can work with these small ones. Alrighty, AIO pump. So this pump. Alright, I gotta ask AI for help on this one. The fans on an AIL pump, are they the CPU fans?
In turn, CPU fan header have a dedicated CPU underscore fan header. This header is specifically designed to monitor the RPM of a fan into CPU directly. System BIOS often expects a fan connected and may display a when booting doesn't detect one. AIO pump connection. The AIO pump itself usually connects to a separate header on the motherboard. This header might be labeled AIO underscore fan, or sometimes you might be instructed to use the case fan header.
SYS_fan or CHA_fan. The key is that the pump needs a constant and reliable power source to ensure continuous coolant. Connecting the AIO fans. The fans on the AIO radiator are typically connected to fan headers SYS_fan or CHA_fan, or sometimes directly to the AIO pump itself if it has integrated fan control. In some cases, they might connect to the CP_fan header. This is usually from or if there aren't enough other fan headers available. Summary. Fans on the AIO radiator help it cools your CPU. They are not technically a CPU fan, in the traditional sense of a fan directly mounted on a
Oh. Hey, how's it going? Yes. Yes, I'm building a PC. Uh, huh? Oh, I thought you said Connor would want to say hi. I thought I was waiting for a response from Connor. I was like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, I didn't hear anything, but I just heard a very. Okay, yeah, I heard him. Right now, what's it called? I'm kind of busy with the what's it called, the AIO pump, trying to install it on the fan. I think I got it done. Right now, I just gotta start putting the motherboard into the case. Yeah, I'm home. All right then. All right, bye. All right. Looks like one of my friends are coming over. They want to. Well, oh, essentially one of them wants to start streaming. Give them something. All right. Looks like I'm doing a lot of stuff. Why is this not fitting? Why is this not fitting? This is not good. This is not good. This is not fitting. Uh-oh, I might be in trouble here, chat. These times. Yes. Okay, it works. This was my old. This is the mic I started it all with. This is little brother. The big brother. Anyways. Man, I started streaming with this microphone back in college. The HyperX Quadcast. This is what I started with. This microphone brings back a lot of memories for me. And I'm giving it away to a friend. Someone who wants to get into stream. And he ever decides to get a arm mount for this thing. Trying to find not using. I could definitely use this. I didn't even know I had this actually. I can install my second set of fans. I don't watch hockey much, but I assume hockey is a cool sport to get into. Because I hear my family losing their shit right now. This takes a lot more work than you think. I've now been out this for 2 hours. And I've only been working on the motherboard stuff. This would be better if I had a ratchet screwdriver. Linus Tech Tips was right. I installed the fans on the wrong fucking side. Fucking cooked. God damn it. Wait, which way do I... Like that, right? Yeah. Oh, it's this way. Yeah. Oh, I'm so dumb. All right. Gotta flip the orientation of this fan. And it's a good thing I found these screws, actually. I didn't even know where it was. I guess this is why it's important, people. Keep a clean setup when you work. Actually, just keep things clean in general. That's a good life lesson. I'm gonna minimize this window. It's like literally taking 1/3. There's my vacuum right there. I was cleaning something earlier in my room and I didn't have a portable vacuum. Actually, you know what? Since I'm not even watching shit right now, I'll just hide it for now. Probably putting on these fans a little too tight though. But these things are spinning. Okay. I am probably the worst computer technician ever. Okay. So got the case. Oh wait, no, it came out. How was AI AIO pump ready to be installed. Texas dead. What's up? Maybe doing the things wrong. If you can tell me, I would gladly appreciate it. Welcome. This is first just chatting stream and first PC building. Yeah. Okay, so motherboard preparations are done. AIO is done. I think I'm gonna take out this. There's some extra screws here. I'm just gonna take them out. I gotta give something to someone I know because they said they want to get into streaming. Oh, sick. I'm not great at PC builds, but I have a terrifying, powerful PC built in an old Lenovo case. Oh, sounds sick actually. I think these are. What are these? I probably should have kept stuff together with each component. But I need something to put something away because I'm giving a friend of mine a microphone. Makes me a little emotional to, yeah, a little emotional to look at that microphone. The microphone that started it all when it came to streaming. I wanted to use an old Dell case from the 90s, but I couldn't find one. There. Oh, like a sleeper build. Anyways, this microphone, I'm giving away to somebody. This, I started off with the HyperX Quadcast. This is little brother to big brother. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. They're here now. I gotta give them the microphone. I'll be right back.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. Hey, thank you for the follow. Alrighty. The motherboard's done. AIO slash CPU cooler's done. Now we gotta do case preparations. Alright, I gotta move the mic. I would give you a sub, but firefighter pay doesn't leave much room for stuff like that. Sorry, dude. No, it's alright. It's alright, man. I just appreciate the follows. Literally, that's all I appreciate is follows. If you guys gift subs, I feel bad. Like, I really do. Because this job, or whatever, like, streaming, is nothing. I think you guys should save your money. If you enjoy the content, stay for the vibes. And if you want to pay me, watch the ads, please. Anyway. Literally, I just do this as a hobby. Not a job, just a hobby. Okay. So this case I picked for my build. I went with a micro ATX. You're better than most people on here, a rare type of person. I'm a diamond in the rough, as they would say. I just appreciate people being here. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for clout. I'm just doing this because people will find me and enjoy me. Great. If they randomly come across me when they're having a bad day, I just hope I can somehow enlighten their day. I appreciate the follows, and I appreciate AdSense. Oh my god, this doesn't come off. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, that's why these things stick up. Alrighty, so this is the tempered glass. So what's the end goal for this build? Just to say I build a PC. And my current laptop I have right now, it's not made for streaming. It's not made for handling anything. Because you guys don't hear it. But my office laptop, the fan on it, it is working on its last leg. It's essentially I'm beating a horse with a dead leg, and I'm trying to beat a dead horse and trying to get all the money out of it I can, but I'm pretty sure I'm down to like the last few cents for this office laptop. I gotta. It's all she's got Captain for real. Okay, I had to put the glass down there. Now I need to figure out. Okay, I gotta get up. I need to figure out how and where to put this. Okay, I'm gonna move the cam. Hopefully this doesn't unplug from thing. Okay. The motherboard is seated. And oh my god. It's trying to unplug. Okay, no, I can't. I gotta turn the and I gotta fuck. I gotta turn this and the IO shield's on. Okay, I'm pretty sure those are not motherboard screws. No. No. Okay, not okay, the PC case is fine. Everything PC related is fine, but this thing, the microphone I gave away to my friend who wants to start streaming. This goes with the arm attachment in case he wants to switch from a desktop thing to an orange thing. So I forgot to give him this. I mean, this piece is kind of it's kind of important if you want to switch from a stand, like something that stands on a desk, to a microphone arm. Oh my god. And he lives like 115 clicks. He lives 115 kilometers away from me. Okay, I just gotta wait till another day. Give that to him. Let me convert that to freedom's units. Freedom units. All right. You do that and you tell me the result. I need to find my motherboard standoff screws. Oh crap, that's like 93 miles. God damn. Why is this so hard to open? Okay. Damn. What do you ate for to stain your shirt like that? Oh, I had KFC actually. And it was pretty good. That was my first time eating KFC in like how long? I'm trying to recall. When was the last time I ate KFC? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh fuck. Okay. I see why. As a Kentuckian, I improve. Thank you. I can see why. Damn, you needed to fix. You needed your fix for chicken, eh? Yeah. Yeah. I can see why Linus Tech Tips said you need a magnetic screwdriver. Okay. Use a regular magnet for real, for real. I throw my toolbox all the way from Kentucky to you. If that will help. I will have to think you're Superman if you can do that. But okay, I gotta adapt. Oh, oh, oh.
Turn on the TV! They hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Shut the fuck up. Not a time right now. I'm trying to lock in. There we go. I got it. Of course, all this hard work just to find out it doesn't fit. Fuck my life. Alrighty. SFX PSU adapter, graphics card, 3.5-inch mounting bracket, Duo 2.5-inch SSD mounting bracket, dust filter, handle, set kit, Q. Okay. I think now, hear me out. Hammering always fixes my problems. That might work. Okay, sounds like my parents are watching hockey. I'll just wait till they rile up. Okay, there we go. Try to time my rile up with their rile up. Just stuff it. No loop. About time will I? Okay, A screws. D screws. Okay, wait. Before I get ahead of myself. Yeah, before I get ahead of myself. Where the hell did this come from? Okay. Oh, okay. See? Looking genius. Genius, you can't get it fucking stuck. I got it stuck. This tree is fucking cooked. Oh, I got it. Okay, good. You just have to. You really have to pinch it. Okay. Why am I trying to read instructions? You ever have a problem when working on something and you're just sitting there thinking of how to perfect Kurt Cobain process? I've never thought of that. Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, you're telling me that? Okay, nah, I'm good. Took me a minute. No, don't do that. Okay. Looks like it just says screws. Screws. This is spare parts. So I see in spare parts they listed off a post. These screws is, I have no idea. This is motherboard. I got dark real quick. That was my fault. No, it's all right. I appreciate dark humor. I actually do enjoy dark humor quite a lot. Okay, if I was to tell you guys a dark humor thing, please don't get offended. Please, all right? So, when I was going to school, actually. Okay. So, when I was going to school, I did a course for like upgrading to finish off my academics, like high school academics, in order to go to post-secondary. And at the time, I was testing a VPN service. And this is my first time ever using a VPN service. And I chose like a sketchy one. I chose a free one instead of one you have to pay for. And I don't remember the name of this VPN service, but it worked. It did its job. It made me think. It made my phone think I was somewhere else. And I think I said something like, I set my thing to like being somewhere in Detroit. Yeah, because I figured I was trying to get past like the school's harsh like policy to like reduce social media use, and getting VPN service was the only thing that I could do. And my first thought was just pick a random spot, and the first spot the VPN service picked was like Detroit. And randomly in day, like I think this was like maybe 2 or 3 days afterwards using the VPN service, I got an alert, like one of those what's that say, an Amber Alert, right? And I was in school, and my phone was the only one that went off. I'm not in a classroom. I'm in a hallway walking to class, right? And it said something about like shooting in the area. Yeah. It said shooting in the area. And I thought to myself, like, I'm in school. Yeah, I'm in school. And I'm getting an Amber Alert saying shooting in the area. And I thought to myself, like, oh shit, I'm going to be in a school shooting. And I had to think to myself, why is only my phone going off? No one else in the room. No one else in the room was phones going off except mine. So I had to like briefly think what was going on. And I was like going through the motions of like panic, calm, and rational decision. Make it look like you were going to let the intrusive thoughts win. Okay, so this was my intrusive thought. My intrusive thought was not to tell anybody and leave. So if the thing actually did happen, I would be the only one who knew, did not tell anybody, and just left. But after breathing for a bit, I realized it was a VPN service that made my phone think I was somewhere in Detroit. Jessica Reben, bro, my damn PC CPU overheated to like 112. What do I do? I think you should reapply your thermal paste. Yeah, reapply your thermal paste. Yeah, I have not seen casts with square airflow cutouts. It's a laptop. Oh, yeah, you might need to open up your laptop and clean out the fans and all that. But tell you the truth, my guy or person. This is my first ever PC build. Yeah, so you're asking, you're asking the wrong dude. Nice. Yeah, this is my first ever PC build. You're out here looking for help, and I'm out here like somebody once told me the world was good. Yeah. Anyways, I gotta install these motherboard screws. Good luck with it. Good luck if you find help. Someone someone who actually does help you with your PC thing. I gotta install screws and keep trying to make comments about my process of building. So here's some dark humor. I'm a firefighter and I was working a car wreck and someone asked what happened. I said shark attack and I got right up for it. A car crash, shark attack. I'm trying to think like I give you points though, like it's a give you points for being sarcastic in the situation. Um if I was to say like peak dark humor, let's see. I'm trying to see if I could say this without breaking Twitch's rules. I'm also trying to think if it's too offensive to say. No, I'm not going to say it. Sorry. Oh, wait, I gotta focus on building a thing. And the person was family, and it made it look like I didn't take their family's car crash seriously. It's just a Monday. $1 billion baby. It fits. Oh shit, we got an ad break coming on. I got a 40-day suspension without pay for it. Trying to get F's in the chat. Sorry, I'm trying to be like a streamer, but like in actuality, this isn't my normal stream. If anything, this is a very special occasion where I just do just chatting / PC building and talking with people. Yeah, no more shark attack jokes. Sorry, I gotta stand up. Um, what was I trying to say? What I thought about saying. We. What was I trying to think to say? In terms of like stuff that was overblown to like proportionate. I was just about to say the chicken jockey thing from Minecraft. People just straight up throwing shit. Yeah. I saw a whole bunch of TikToks of people like throwing shit. Oh yeah, I saw that TikTok too. That was actually interesting. Oh fuck it. You know what? I'm just gonna instead of trying to pry it with my finger now, I'm just gonna just gotta flip it, I guess. I probably should have taken a picture of where the where the mounting screws were. Just wing it. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. I was actually sure how I feel about that.
Oh, fuck.
That would be your professional advice? All right, I'll just try winging it, I guess. Random person on the internet. Okay. I think I'm done. Wait a minute. Please tell me. Isn't there an IO shield? Wait. Isn't there an IO shield? Something that protects... something that protects this? Oh, no, there's an ad. Okay, now that you guys are back from ads, isn't there meant to be an IO shield in here? Now, this is only people who know how to build PCs. Isn't there supposed to be an IO shield? Oh, okay. I gotta bring up. I gotta bring up the video again. I gotta pause the music. Sorry. No, don't listen to. Yeah. Random guy on the internet. I gotta rewatch that Line Detective videos again. So I'm sorry if you guys are gonna chat or anything. But yeah, gotta. 'Cause I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be an IO shield before you um put on your motherboard to your case. All right, so I don't see chat right now. So I am all right. I'm gonna open chat for a little bit, and then well, I'm gonna have to go to. I have church in the morning. Hope you have a good one. Be one with the Lord. Okay, see what I missed. Okay, so if my case came with an IO shield, I gotta check. I just realized that if my case came with an IO shield, no, if my motherboard came with an IO shield. If not, I'm good. I have nothing to worry about. But I prefer to know if I have one or not. Okay, it looks like I don't have one. But just to be sure, I am going to check the bag the motherboard came in with. Nope, all clear. Nope, I'm all good. All good. Oh wait, see, I skipped a few steps actually. Okay. Are you serious? I gotta take out my frickin' motherboard. Okay. I'm not I'm not a professional, so I am following the video's tips. I'm following the computer god's tips. Okay. So this is the sorry, chat. This is the default CPU cooler, air cooler. I am not using that. Okay, I'm gonna need to keep using this box. And now I gotta make the painful attempt to take out the motherboard. Painful attempt to take out the motherboard. And do stuff. Nobody said PC building would be easy. This is my first time ever building one, so. Okay. Gotta take this all out. It sucks when you get tunneled vision and you're focused on the goal. And I've eaten up 3 hours trying to build a PC. God damn it. What's up? All right, I'll be right back, you guys. Okay. So, the reason why I had to leave and come back, I had no idea. A family member of mine has an electric drill / magnetic drill like thing. If I would have known this at the beginning, this would have made my life so much easier just to borrow this. Okay. This is gonna make my life a little bit more easier. Okay, we're gonna try out this electric drill thing. That supposedly will make life easier. Oh my god, it made life so much easier. I just need it. Just need a slightly bigger bit. God, this made life so much easier. That would have been terrifying. Okay. Oh my god, I have no idea where to put. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, let's go back to the Linus Tech Tips / PC Gods on how to finish this step. Wait, do you guys not see what I'm watching? Oh, I have to be actively on it. So sadly, I cannot do step. I cannot do step. I gotta skip step 7 and go to step 8. Okay, I gotta go back. I think I missed something. Okay, so it looks like the standoffs are pre-installed on my computer, for my case. Alrighty, so okay, so for my thoughts, sorry, might be too loud for you guys. Okay, so now it's suggesting I should plug in the CPU. So right now I'm just kind of for the CPU. That was like a really weird sound that played in my ear. Came out like all staticky. Yeah, why? This little block gonna power up my PC. Crazy. Here's the bag of cables. Yeah, I have no idea why it did that. Don't redeem that again. This is a Christian Minecraft server. Chicken jockey. Alright, I'm done being cringe. Or am I? PCIe enabled on. But I am looking for. It did say like the CPU would be like the hardest. Over here. And there's a lot of stuff here. I'm trying to figure out which one plug in for you. Let's see. Right, let me. We'll go back to motherboard installation. All right. Sorry. Okay, so go around the corners first, or start from the middle and then go to the go out to the corners. Okay, pause that. Alrighty. Be playing Apex right now, but I can't. Don't know why I picked today of all days to do this. Make sure we align this up correctly. Alrighty, I'm almost done with this motherboard part. This has been bane of my existence. Oh, okay, finally. Motherboard installed. Alrighty. 9:30. Oh, apparently both side panels can be removed. I did not know that. This. No, apparently these backside doesn't come off, which is weird. The book was suggesting the back case can come off, which it does not. But I'm also thinking maybe it's because I've already screwed down the motherboard. But this has all been a learning experience. So I gotta work from the front side. Alrighty. Fuck. Alrighty. So we gotta figure out how to connect the pins on this thing. So pause the music. Bring down the noise.
Whole bundle of them and make sure they're not tangled up in anything else. They should hang freely from where they enter the case from the front panel. From here, you'll want to find a hole that's close to where they need to go. As mentioned before, the front panel header is often located in the lower right corner of the motherboard, and there are often silk-screened markings on the motherboard to indicate which pins are for what. If you don't see any markings for it, consult your motherboard's manual. If your case has cable management guides, it's best to use these now so you don't have to rewire anything when cable managing later, just because of how fiddly these can be. Be conscious of how long the wires are and how far they have to go, and try to make sure that they don't cross anything that needs access. You don't want to knock them loose by accident later. At a minimum, all computers should come with a power switch lead that needs to be plugged into the front panel header, but they may also come with a power LED, HDD LED, and reset switch. Very occasionally these days you may also have a speaker or buzzer in the hardware box, and this is also where that goes. The usual layout is to have the power LED plus and minus on the top left, power switch immediately right of that, and PC speaker plus and minus to the right of that on the top row. The bottom row usually goes HDD LED plus and minus, then reset switch. Sometimes there will be a second 3-pin wide power LED plus and minus to the right of that for compatibility with older cases using a wider power LED connector. Of these connections, you might note that 3 have plus and minus, or polarity. That is, it matters in which orientation you have them. The connector will usually have a positive and negative indicator silk-screened onto it, or even be separated into individual wires, but if not, they should be color-coded, and the white or black wire is usually the negative. For LEDs, the polarity needs to be correct or your lights won't function properly. The good news is that if you put them in wrong, it won't hurt anything, just flip them around. The PC speaker header follows the same black equals negative wire convention, but these are becoming so rare that you may never see one while building a computer for yourself. Its primary role these days is to provide feedback during boot. Beep codes can be useful for troubleshooting, but have largely been replaced by diagnostic LEDs. It has other uses, but it's mostly just a relic of a bygone era. 2 of the front panel connections absolutely do not matter which orientation they go in, and that's the power switch and reset switch, because unlike devices like LEDs or speakers that need to draw power, these are simple switches that close a circuit. Still, it's neatest to make sure that they line up with the other cables if present.
Once you've wired up the front panel, gently pull the slack back through the rear panel. It's a good idea to also wire up USB and front panel audio now if present. Front panel audio may have 2 connectors, AC 97 and HD audio, or Azalea. Both are keyed the same way. That is, they have a blanked out pin on the connector that allows them to go in only one way. But how they work is different. The TLDR is that AC 97 is a mostly dumb connection that doesn't provide any feedback as to what's plugged in. And HD audio, or Azalea, allows for things like jack sensing and reassignment. Most computers since the mid-2000s will have support for HD audio, so use that unless your computer is really old. The header for this is usually on the lower left corner of the motherboard, but if you don't see it there, check your manual to locate it. Like your front panel wires from before, make sure they're completely free of obstructions, then use the cable management guides now if you have them to reduce the need for rewiring later. Find a hole close to the header, then go through it. For an ATX motherboard, you can usually get away with pulling it through this little channel here, even if your power supply will go right up against it. And that will give you a very clean look. A common mistake when plugging these in is to only plug in one row. Make sure there are no pins hanging out directly above or below your connector when you plug it in. It can only go in one way, yes, but only if all the rows are aligned first. When it's on there, pull the slack through and move on to the next one. Front panel USB is broken up into 3 types: USB 2.0, USB 3.0, and USB 3.2.
Sorry, right
often
now
used
I'm
for the
trying
Type-C
to. I see a strap in here that I'm trying to get a hold of right now. Wait, I just realized there's screws on this thing. This thing can come out. Make my job a hell of a lot more easier. See, there's a section on this. Yeah, it does. It does say internal baffle. Remove internal. That's this is kind of weird. There's a 2-step process to remove the power supply. Yeah, it's a 2-step process to remove the power supply. All right. Alrighty. That out. Take out the. It. There we go. This thing can come out. I'm going to leave the screws in there so I don't forget. I dropped. Damn. Keep dropping it. Alrighty. My God. The downside of having a black mouse pad. Ready. Plug. Come on. I'm gonna take off the strap right now. And taking off that piece from the case made it so much easier to access. Oh man. I think for now, what I'm gonna do is take out all the pieces here because I need to get access to all of them. All of these things in here. The video I was watching from Linus Tech Tips. Wait, let me pause the music. Now I got a rant. The video I was watching for Linus Tech Tips was saying, install the motherboard, do this now. Well, the case manufacturer is telling me, don't install the motherboard. Install your power supply first. Oh, that's BS. That's BS. Anyways, I gotta uninstall my motherboard now. Can anybody recommend a video so I can put on in the background and listen to? You guys are tired of music?
USB 2 connectors consist of 2 rows of 4 pins, with a 5th pin on only 1 row to make sure you don't plug it in the wrong way around. Usually, but not always, there's a plastic shield around these on the motherboard to make sure it lines up exactly when it's plugged in, but it's usually pretty easy. And they can share this design with both serial and FireWire. Make absolutely certain that you do not plug a USB into anything that's called FireWire, FW, or 1394, because it uses a much higher voltage and will destroy USB devices plugged into it. Usually, the right headers will be labeled with USB, sometimes followed by a port number and the headers that correspond to it. But if it doesn't say or you aren't sure, consult your motherboard's manual. Follow the same procedure as front panel audio for these cables. Make sure they're free from obstruction, use the cable management guides, and find a hole close to the header for it to go through. Remember, it can only go on one way, so don't force it and mash up the pins. Pull the slack through for the cable management later and repeat as necessary.
But what about USB 3 and 3.2? These are much larger, stiffer cables, and usually you'll find their headers on the right edge of the motherboard or at the bottom edge. They're quite wide and sometimes difficult to get through cable management channels, so if you haven't been paying attention to cable management, pay attention now, because these are the worst. As before, find a hole near the USB 3 header on the motherboard and line it up, but don't connect it just yet. Listen first. USB 3 connectors are very fussy, and it's easy, even for a professional builder, to mash the pins due to the way that it's installed. The connector easily contacts the pins before it is fully aligned, and the force required to plug it in is much higher than the other connectors we've seen so far. That basically means that you won't know if it's aligned, and you won't know if you've mashed anything by feel alone. If you do manage to bend a pin, chances are it won't unbend without snapping. So very carefully line it up and don't apply pressure until you are reasonably sure that the pins are aligned. If all goes well, it should snap or click into place and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Unlike the other cables, this one is very stiff, so cable management should be done with a very gentle touch. If you accidentally pull it out, you'll probably end up bending all the pins in the header at the same time, and at that point, you can just say, "Goodbye, front USB 3." USB 3.2 is a lot easier, but has the annoying quality of being both very stiff and standing straight up off the motherboard most of the time. Usually these connectors will be found near the 24-pin power connector and are keyed to only go in one way. You don't have to worry about mashing pins on this one, thankfully, so you can just plug it right in, but it does have the annoying tendency to kind of rock out of place, so again, a light touch is needed for cable management. Now there are other older headers that you might come across even today, like serial, firewire, parallel, and more. And you can think of these the same way that you think of the USB 2 or front panel audio connectors. Just make absolutely certain that you are connecting to what you think you are. Serial, for example, is often labeled COM, parallel will often be labeled LPT, and firewire may be labeled 1394. Just keep this in mind if you're hunting around for more USB headers to plug into. Oh, a fun little aside is if you run out of internal USB 2 headers, you can actually get hubs that will expand them, since that's a thing that USB can do.
If you have any 2.5-inch or 3.5-inch drives, now's a good time to get them installed. Most modern cases have dedicated trays behind the motherboard or elsewhere for the smaller 2.5-inch type, usually with the expectation that you'll be using them with an SSD. And let's face it, you probably are. These are almost always removable with a thumb screw or something like that. Just remove the screw and slide it free to get access. Your SSD will also have fine threaded M3 holes that screw onto the bottom of the tray as well as the sides. Some trays use one set or the other, and there will be countersunk or flat screws for this purpose included.
Alrighty. Okay, so take the back side off. Up. I take these standoffs off. That was my brother, you guys. One card. Sorry, it seems like there's like keeping the case stuck together. I don't know what it is. Like I can clearly feel it want to come off, but there's something else. Like one of those times. Video said you're going to need. Hopefully this. Nope. Little hexagonic screen. This is gonna take a while. Well, now that I know, I can do this. I could take out the backside without actually having doing the motherboard stuff. I could I don't know, maybe go back play another video, or unless you guys have a video you wanna watch in the background while I fix a PC or continue building my PC. Any videos at all? Actually, I do have a video. I just thought to myself, I do. Here's my keyboard. Mesmar just came. Be an interesting video to have in the background while
Deep
I fix
in the
PC.
forest, by Bonny Village, lies the shed skin of a great.
I feel like I'm boring you guys, so I figured maybe
serpent.
leave a video.
Why it's
on
here
the background
is a mystery. One the community has yet to unravel. We know from Rykard's lore that serpents like this are reviled, but we don't know why. We don't know why Mesmer has his two winged companions. We don't know why an abyssal serpent writhes within him, nor why Marika, in her fear, sealed it away. But the less we know, the more infinite the possibilities, and that is what makes Elden Ring's lore so mesmerizing. The circumstances of Mesmer's birth are the most fascinating thing about him. Who was his father? When was he born? Why was he the vessel for both a malevolent snake and an unquenchable fire? That first question is probably the easiest to answer. Mesmer's father is most likely Radagon. For one, Mesmer bears Radagon's signature red hair. Second, his boss music seems to carry similar leitmotifs from Radagon's own theme. And third, most importantly, Mesmer has his own butterfly. This is the black firefly, which burns in dark and slender ribbons of fire. Named so for Mesmer's habit of making a pyre out of his defeated foes, this butterfly is symbolic of his identity, and it's a dark counterpart to the butterflies of Melina, Melania, and Mikola, who are the other children of Marika and Radagon. But this parentage poses a problem for us. Usually, we can place Marika's children along the timeline based on her consort. We know that Godwyn, Moog, and Morgoth were born of Marika's union with Godfrey, as the age of the Erd Tree was beginning. We know Rani, Rykard, and Radahn were born of Radagon's union with Renala at the conclusion of the Leonian Wars. And we know that Mikola and Melania were twins born of Marika's marriage to Radagon, after Radagon returned to become the second Elden Lord. But since Marika could immaculately conceive with her other half at any time, Mesmer, like Melina, could have been born whenever it was convenient to Marika, which makes it way harder to place him upon the timeline. Fortunately though, we do have some clues. The first comes from the statue of Marika with Mesmer in her arms. Here you'll notice that Marika's left braid of hair has been severed. The loss of this hair is an important moment in Marika's story, for after she ascended as a god, she returned home and made an offering of her golden braid. to the grandmother of her old village. So, from this statue, we know that Marika had already ascended as a god when she had Mesmer, though perhaps that goes without saying. Our next clue comes to us from the remembrance of the wild boar rider, which, especially in the Japanese description, makes it quite clear that Mesmer was an elder brother to Radan. For context, Radan was the son of Radigan and Renala, the champion of gold and the queen of Caria, who were wed at the Church of Vows following the First and Second Leonian Wars. So, Mesmer was born early enough that Radan looked up to him like an older brother. But what else can help us place him? Well, one great suggestion comes from the community. As the theory goes, Mesmer the Impaler might have been present during Godfrey's war against the fire giants. The main piece of evidence? The giant corpses are impaled upon spears, a signature of Mesmer the Impaler. Perhaps this is where he earned his title. Further support for this theory comes from the fact that Mesmer is technically a knight referred to as Sir Mesmer, and such knighthood is typically earned through notable deeds in battle. Perhaps these were the deeds that led to him becoming known as the Impaler. All that said, this theory isn't perfect. You'll note that the spears impaling the giants don't perfectly match Mesmer's own. Instead, they're actually a perfect match for these stakes in the nearby camps of the Thorn Sorcerers. This strongly suggests that it was the Thorn Sorcerers, not Mesmer, that may have been responsible for the giants' impaling. However, if you still prefer to believe that Mesmer was involved here, then there is still a way to argue for it. User Tyrion Bananister on Reddit makes the great point that Mesmer's modern spear was remade by the forging arts of the Realm of Shadow, a fact that might help to account for this visual discrepancy. It really comes down to you. Did Mesmer develop his impaling technique here alongside the Thorn Sorcerers? It's possible, but it's far from a bygone conclusion. Let's move on to the other evidence surrounding Mesmer's birth. According to Godric's Great Rune, the first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden Lineage. If we take this at face value, it certainly seems to suggest that Mesmer wasn't Marika's firstborn. Instead, it seems like that title would go to one of Godfrey's children, most likely Godwyn, though perhaps even Mohg or Morgoth. That said, while I do take most item descriptions as absolute truths, this line about the first demigods gives me pause because it reminds me of that other item description that claims Godfrey is the first Elden Lord, when he's not. Placidusax is. In truth, Godfrey was merely considered the first Elden Lord, and so I wonder if calling Godfrey and his golden lineage the first demigods might be a similar piece of propaganda. So, was Mesmer formerly considered a part of the golden lineage, or, more likely, was he a bastard demigod, born before Godfrey, or after, and shunned by him? It's certainly up to your own interpretation. Whatever the case, one thing is certain. Mesmer has lived for a very long time, what his helm description calls an eternity of suffering. Another thing that helps convince me of Mesmer's old age is the fact that we know so little about the dark kindling and the wicked serpent within him. Thus, I feel like his birth could have been closer to a dark period within the lore where we know little. Mesmer isn't the only child of Marika, cursed with unwelcome entities inside of him. Many of Marika's other children with Radigan, too, appear to have been suitable hosts. The clearest example of this is Melania, who was inhabited at birth by the outer god of Rot, and her lore seems to suggest that being the child of a single god is the precursor for this phenomenon where they can be inhabited or cursed. It's as if these children are born more vulnerable than others, and it's as if Marika is able to put this vulnerability to use sometimes. A great example of that is Melina, who I'd hazard is an incarnation of a certain glow-eyed queen. Since Marika is said to have defeated the Glowmide Queen, Melina's existence may have been a deliberate act, with Marika allowing her enemy to be reborn within her own child, perhaps as a means of wielding the fire within her, for Melina was given a purpose by Marika to burn down the Erd Tree. Incidentally, Messmer too bore a vision of fire, and like Melina, the fire within Messmer was fated to incinerate a significant tree. Perhaps Marika had learned from Messmer just what birthing other entities into her children could be used to accomplish. But I digress. It's currently unclear whether Marika knew that Messmer would be cursed from birth, but cursed he was. Cursed to harbour both a wicked serpent and a kindling that would not be extinguished. The serpent in particular filled Marika with such terror that she plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. Even so, her fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow. Now, there is no law that talks directly about how or why, or even if the malevolent snake was his curse, but the lore surrounding such serpents is fascinating.
Try not to
So
strip
let's talk
this
about
thing.
that and compare these other serpents
Ugh.
to Messmer. Both the serpent
Pain in
hunter
the
and
ass.
the serpent god's curved sword speak of an immortal serpent deity that once existed in the distant past, worshipped through sacrifice in a long-forgotten religion. A god so feared that a special weapon was forged to hunt it, and what appears to be this same serpent is what eventually devours Rykard, becoming one with him. Now, Messmer's serpent is physiologically different from the Great Serpent, but there are still some very noteworthy similarities between the two. Like Rykard's, Messmer's serpent still displays that same propensity to devour the world, stretching its maw over a giant orb, a visual that mirrors the world-devouring serpent depicted upon the Devourer's scepter. So perhaps there is not just one undying serpent, but many? After all, Rykard's concept art shows 2 unbroken eggs beside the broken shell of the Great Serpent, a hint perhaps that others were yet to hatch. And as Rykard himself says, it's not the serpent that never dies, but a serpent never dies, suggesting the immortal Great Serpent was not the only one of its kind. But what else connects this ancient Great Serpent to Messmer? Well, we also see winged serpent statues throughout Gelmir, which could suggest a connection to Messmer's own, and upon the peak we find snakes embellishing an ancient artifact of the giants, tying serpents to the fell god and his flame, which could conceivably be the same flame within Messmer. And that's a very interesting theory I want to discuss. As a reminder, the Fell God is the entity that lurked within the fire giants, and sometimes even within fire itself. Its fire is able to burn the Erd Tree, so unsurprisingly it was painted as corrupt and malformed by Queen Marika's regime. The one-eyed shield actually goes so far as to say that it's believed Queen Marika killed this evil deity, but that's probably just another example of Golden Order propaganda. The Fell God inhabits the last fire giant when we fight it, so it clearly still lives on, slowly obsessing the minds of the fire monks, who were tasked with watching over its flame of ruin. So it's curious that there are snakes embellishing this ancient bowl of the Fell God's fire, but there's more to connect snakes to the Fell God. So the giant's flame incantations of the fire monks, you may recall, have really distinct names: O Flame, Whirl O Flame, Burn O Flame, Surge O Flame. This is a common pattern among the incantations of the fire monks, and curiously, this same naming scheme is also present on the serpent flail, a weapon intended to burn Hornsent with coiled snakes, branding them with agony and fear. Its description says nothing about the Fell God, but its skill is named Flare, O Serpent, echoing the incantations of the Fell God's flame. It's an impressive piece of storytelling, to hide a connection to the Fell God in the name of a weapon skill, of all things. Credit to user Call Me Claire for making me aware of this. Amazing discovery. So is there still any doubt that Messmer has a connection to the Fell God of Fire? Messmer's flame does manifest as an orb, not unlike the literal flame of the Fell God. Messmer's furnace golems, too, were designed to evoke it. Their masks are surrounded by curled horns, depicting the Fell God of Fire that haunts the sagas of the Hornsent. This was an intentional act of terror by Messmer to mimic the visage of a god that the Hornsent feared in the form of these walking furnaces. Sure, this could have been nothing more than a strategy to terrorize his foes, but it feels so significant that it's Messmer and his flame that brings these avatars of the Fell God and its furnaces to life. I just wish we knew more about these Hornsent sagas that spoke of the Fell God. The lore on this topic is just so tantalizing. It's just enough for us to start forming theories, but it's not enough for us to land on any one in particular. But there is a fascinating story being teased here of fell flame and serpent gods that could conceivably have crossed paths with Marika and played a part in Messmer's birth, but how you imagine that story is up to you. For now. Can they announce Elden Ring 2 already? But back to what we know for certain. What we know is that the serpents had an extremely ill reputation in the Age of the Erd Tree, to the point where in the arena gladiators would be adorned with bronze snakes, for the audience delighted in seeing these bronze effigies beaten and battered. Whether this hatred was justified or manufactured by the Erd Tree's order is unknown, but it must have surely shaped Messmer's life. His snakes wouldn't exactly have been easy to hide. Sure, they're not visible on the statue of him as a baby, but Messmer's helm makes it clear that the winged snakes in particular were his constant companions, wise friends which keep the base serpent at bay. That would have been a crucial role, especially before Marika sealed the base serpent away with her grace. The word base in this context means to lack higher qualities, to be morally low or despicable. This is probably in reference to the serpent's desire and its propensity to endlessly devour. The base serpent thus stands in contrast to the winged serpents, which are benevolent by comparison. We get the briefest glimpse of the base serpent behind Messmer's eye. It appears to be knotted, visually similar to the knot that Rykard's great serpent forms. And in that dark hollow, it's feeding on something. Messmer's kindling, a dark thing eaten away at by a wicked serpent. We know a few things about this fire. First, it's ever burning, not unlike the giant's flame. Second, it can burn the ceiling tree. Third, it ties Messmer to Melina, who shares a similarly burning butterfly and kindling that is similarly capable of burning the Erd Tree.
Man, I'm gonna lose my mind
if I
trying
had
to
to
find these
guess,
screws.
it's this ever-burning flame that has caused Messmer's eternity of suffering, and Messmer's orb reads, Messmer despised his own fire. Time and time again he hoped to rid himself of it, but ever did it burn. Time and time again he hoped to rid himself of it. So wait, what exactly was Messmer doing to rid himself of his flame? I wonder, is it possible that in an attempt to rid himself of his fire, Messmer could have fed his kindling to the base serpent? This spell does depict the orb that's inside of the serpent's maw, so I wonder if there could be a story being told here. The story of a dark serpent that consumed Messmer's essence, not unlike the great serpent that consumed Rykard and became one with him. Indeed, Messmer and the base serpent are one entity, as you can see in Phase 2 of his boss fight. Look closely and you'll notice that the snake shares his greasy red hair and that same savaged right eye. Under this interpretation, the serpent would not have freed him from his flame. Instead, Messmer's fire would have become serpentine, attaining those serpentine black streaks from the abyssal serpent that had become one with him. But to be clear, this is just speculation. It's entirely possible that Messmer was just born with the twin snakes and born with the abyssal serpent and his kindling all together. Without learning the circumstances of his birth, we may never know for sure. At some point, Messmer tried to offer his serpentine fire to his knights, but alas, it would not find purchase within them. I think this phrasing is deliberate, since finding purchase within is wording that Tanith also uses when she wishes that the serpentine Rykard would find purchase within her.
Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me.
Since it would not inhabit them, Messmer's knights honored their bond with him by incanting his flame instead. This serpentine fire bends and curls in pursuit of its foes, evoking other pursuit spells like Death Rancor or Hexes from the Souls series. Pursuit spells such as these are typically alive in some way, whether they're vengeful spirits or dregs drawn to life. Messmer's embers were found all over after the crusade, and they were smouldering as if crawling across the ground. So his fire really does appear to be alive. So alive, in fact, that it can actually substitute the role of a spirit calculus and fit inside a raw burrow to release a boisterous fire sprite. The spirituality of this fire is what led an elder of the Fire Knights, a man named Wago, to use Messmer's flame in a rite of resurrection, bringing soulless bodies to life.
Fire, take seed in death, and rise again.
This was done in a bid to quell his loneliness, but the walking corpses were of no comfort to the poor man. Interestingly, no lore mentions Marika fearing Messmer's fire. Rather, it only mentions that she fears the malevolent snake. She so feared it that she plucked out her son's own eye and replaced it with a seal of grace instead. Yet, even having done so, her fear still compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow where he could be hidden. The seal of grace given to Messmer is a sort of crystal eye engraved with Marika's own Elden rune. It's essentially identical to Marika's Saw Seal, which has a description that's particularly relevant to Messmer and his role in the realm of shadow. That reads, "Solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. These seals represent the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods." And to a degree, this seal appears to exert an influence over Messmer, for it's only when he shatters it that he lets forth his true feelings.
Mother, Marika, a curse upon thee.
The brilliance of Queen Marika's grace blinds even the very best, after all. Similar to Messmer's eye is the Iris of Grace, an item that you can find in-game. It features Marika's rune overlaid with an incantation of the Erd Tree, granting a fleeting blessing when placed upon the eye. Its counterpart is the Iris of Occlusion, something that can deny one light in all its forms. In the realm of shadow, these artifices were employed by the priests of the Erd Tree to quell or intensify the fears of their flock to magnificent effect. And speaking of the priests of the Erd Tree, we've heard of them before. The Flask of Wondrous Physic is described as a relic of these same priests, who are said to have been physic chemists, utilizing in their brews crystal dew that would weep from the boughs of minor Erd trees. Marika herself practiced such physic chemistry, and her ultimate creation was the Blessing of Marika, the ultimate healing item. To Messmer, who likely suffered thanks to the fire within him, these physics offered rare relief. For Marika once created several of these physics for Messmer's sake. But then, never again. Presumably this mercy ended when Messmer was sealed away in the realm of shadow. So perhaps there was real affection between the two. For all of Marika's fear, she did offer him relief. Mesmer also had his soldiers and black knights, some of whom he even considered brothers in arms, but perhaps his closest companion was Gaius, described as both Mesmer's friend and the leader of his men. Like Mesmer, Gaius was as an elder brother to Radahn, and the two trained under the same Alabaster Lord, whose tutelage led them to discover powerful gravitational sorceries, products of their friendly rivalry with each other. And just like Mesmer, Gaius was cursed from birth. He was a warrior of Albinoric extraction, and, as we know, first-generation Albinorics like this famously have no control of their lower body, relying instead on mounts like wolves, horses, or, in Gaius's case, a boar that was his other half. In spite of this Albinoric curse, or perhaps because of this very reason, there was a kinship between Gaius and Mesmer. Indeed, the lore makes quite a few mentions of Mesmer valuing friends and brothers-in-arms. He seems to have had a pretty amicable nature, which must have made his fate all the more painful, for, on his mother's wishes, Mesmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. In doing so, Mesmer declared, "Direct thy maledictions, thine ire, and thy grief towards me alone." Yet Mesmer was not the only one to suffer the consequences of his ill reputation. His Fire Knights, who each and all hailed from a renowned family of the Erd Tree's upper echelons, were shunned and chased from their homes after pledging allegiance to Mesmer as their master. Twinned golden snakes adorn the necks of these knights. Yes, they have the Gold of Order, and yes, these knights are aligned with the Erd Tree, but the snake clearly remains a despised symbol, and allegiance to Mesmer was thus a stain on the reputations of these highborn families who probably believed their children could do better. Yet the Fire Knights were the only ones who truly knew Mesmer, his flames like serpents, and the painful fate that accompanied his accursed form. A part of this painful fate was likely having to make himself a symbol of fear without ever revealing that truth to the masses, as there was a reason Marika instructed her son to make himself a symbol of fear.
Okay.
It's because she had a task.
Finally ready to move on to the
that
next
she
step.
should not be closely associated with. A vile crusade, unbecoming of a queen.
Okay, so
a purge
before,
without grace or honor.
gotta mount the power.
A crusade started by Mesmer, son of Marika. Have you ever noticed how bored Mesmer sounds in his voice lines?
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death, in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Some people have chalked this up to bad voice acting, but I don't think so. From Software has a painstaking process for recording NPC dialogue. There's an excellent interview on that I'll link in the description, and every line is recorded with Miyazaki himself overseeing the situation. So if Mesmer sounds tired, disinterested, it's deliberate. And I think it's because they aren't really his words. They're the words of the Crusade. Thus, Mesmer exhaustedly, almost sarcastically, intones the words, even as he faces off against the graceless Tarnished.
O lightless creature, embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
Now, compare this to the way Queeline speaks, a man who zealously serves the Crusade. So desperate is he to become a second Impaler.
Queen Marika, behold, I have excised another cancer to thy joy.
While the Tarnished are graceless, it's clear that the true targets of the Crusade were the Hornsent. For, as you may know, they were the ones who wronged Marika and her kin long ago, and so Mesmer's army burns them with his fire in return, branding them with agony and fear. When I say it like that, it's easy to think that this crusade took place not long after Marika ascended to godhood at the Hornsent's Gate of Divinity, but that can't be right. There had to have been a period of peace between Marika and the Hornsent, a time to set the stage for what was their eventual betrayal. So there's debate over when exactly the crusade took place, but there is a consensus that it must have at least have been some time before Rennala was broken, by Radagon abandoning her. For Rennala, Queen of Caria, was lucid enough to give away a lock of her lustrous black hair, a gift to her sister, Rellana, who renounced her lineage to chase after Messmer and follow him into war. In order to prove her loyalty to the Erd Tree, Rellana entered the arena. Ritual combat was once a custom, performed to honor the Erd Tree, and so she donned her Carian thrusting shield and proved her loyalty alone. It's clear Rellana went on to have a huge impact in the realm of Shadow, and I mean that literally. For here at the town of Morth, the buildings have fallen into the broken earth. The town's linchpin stone, intended to prevent earthquakes, has broken, and one eyewitness account claimed that the moon itself had come tumbling down. This was the impact of Rellana's twin moon. In her youth, she and her elder sister, Rennala, met the twin moons, overlapping as though nestled against one another. So, just as her elder sister had the full moon and Rani had the dark moon, Rellana had the twin moons. Many Carians pledged to follow Rellana wherever her lunar vessel would take her, and left their homeland behind in this act of unparalleled devotion. The wolf was engraved on the wolf crest shield for them, as a symbol of the moon's pride that none can forget, no matter what remote lands they may arrive in. Ymir was here too. He once instructed Rellana in the sorcerous arts and had an allegiance to the moon, though he would later abandon it, claiming it was merely the closest of the celestial bodies, nothing more. Even the trolls came, sworn to service. Fighting alongside them was Moonrathil, the twin Moon Knight's chamberlain, who was a friend to the trolls, proudly wielding their weapons as she fought arm in arm with her gargantuan comrades. Speaking of the trolls, once the astrologers who studied the night sky were neighbors with the fire giants, and the Sword of Night and Flame was forged to commemorate that unity, a unity between the night sky and the fell god of fire. Those times are long past, but here, in the realm of Shadow, would moon and fire be ever together. For Rellana remained loyal to the twin moon and to Messmer and his flame. Her helmet description claims that she chased after him, which I think suggests that she had an affection for him, just like her elder sister, who also clearly had a thing for men with red hair. But just like Radagon, who would abandon Rennala for Marika, Messmer doesn't give any signs that he returns Rellana's affection, nor does he seem comforted by her presence.
The mount his power supply.
Rellana seems to have anticipated this, as she pursued him, knowing full well that not even the brilliance of the moon could grant him succor. Indeed, Messmer keeps to himself, in the dark, brooding over betrayal and the painful fate that his mother left him to fulfill. Sadly, unbeknownst to Messmer, his mother is long gone, and could not return to him even if she wanted to. A phantom in Castle Ensis laments, "O Marika, I beg, embrace your child, and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on?" If it sounds like I've skipped over the actual battle against the Hornsent, you're right, I kind of have, because I'd argue that the defining element of the war was not the fight against the Hornsent. Everything seems to point to this being a very one-sided battle. No, instead, I think the defining element of this war was how long it was forced to stretch on, leading to the fatigue of all involved. That said, of course, the Hornsent did fight back, with the sculpted keepers, whose lion dance ritual was turned towards martial ends, and with the Curseblades, who were a scourge to the Hornsent and the invaders both. But they were ultimately defeated. The sculpted keepers were impaled and burned in an act witnesses later described as a funeral pyre for the tower itself. And the Tower of Anir Elim was sealed away in shadow, sealed by a tree that is actually a scaled-down version of the Shadu tree. Just as Marika and the Two Fingers have control over light, so too do they often wield shadow, and with shadowy thorns encasing Anir Elim, Hornsent culture was broken beyond repair, even if some Hornsent live on. It's as Hornsent himself says.
Indeed, I think it rather plain to see. Things once broken can never be the same.
Before the tower was sealed, it towered over the invaders, and as the people of the Erd Tree sacked the land of the tower, the majesty of the tower was burned into their memory, even inspiring a secret faith in some. Though it was not enough to sway them, for the soldiers who joined the crusade had been showered in runes and rewarded with grace aplenty. Still, the catch was that these soldiers could not be properly honored in death. They would not return to the Erd Tree's roots, and to the faithful citizens of the lands between who hope to cheat death, this is a dire fate indeed. But they still had the Shadu Tree, the shadow of the Erd Tree. The Shadu Tree is this enduring curiosity in Elden Ring lore, so omnipresent in the DLC and yet so devoid of any significant detail in the game's many item descriptions. Figuring out when it came to exist has been something I've been trying to puzzle out. In a previous video, I proposed that it came to exist in the moment that Marika sealed away the Realm of Shadow behind the veil. But I'm starting to change my mind. I'm starting to think that it's been there since the Erd Tree's own beginnings. After all, it's born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, and this duality is the reason grace shines ever so brilliantly. So perhaps there was always the Erd Tree, and this Shadu Tree that was everything Marika did not want, and thus the Erd Tree was everything that shone brilliantly. Like the Erd Tree, the Shadu Tree still seems to draw from the gold of the Crucible, sap that was proudly collected at the Black Keep, with this giant structure that broadcasts to the entire land that the sap is theirs, and in it went into the chalice of the Shadu Tree, where that sap was later scattered to the furnace golems who drop such crystal tears. So, if we assume that the furnace golems of Messmer's crusade always had the sap of the Shadu Tree within them, as the DLC Crystal Tear description states, then the Shadu Tree kind of has to have existed before the start of the war, which the furnace golems were created for, and thus the Shadu Tree probably existed alongside the Erd Tree since its inception as well. Its existence has probably just been a secret until now. But let me know if you guys think that I'm off base with that one. To many in the Realm of Shadow, the image of the misshapen Shadu Tree became an edict, a proclamation that one should spurn all that exists and wound all that exists. So read the Thorn Spells, which were the sorceries of those who abandoned the practice of incantations after devout faith rewarded them with only despair. Denounce their ways, do them harm, for we have been abandoned. Blessed bone shards are found throughout Messmer's fortifications. These are special bone fragments that can be turned into light by the rite of the Golden Vow, which honors the comrades who placed their faith in the distant Erd Tree and gave their lives in the Crusade. Their bone fragments have this power because they've been touched by the gold of the Shadu Tree. It's a reminder of the Shadu Tree's power, and indeed there's something to be said for merely being in its presence. Take the Shadow Sunflowers, for example, which only bloom when facing the Shadu Tree and are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the Shadu Tree itself. Thus, to be hidden from the Shadu Tree's sight would be a severe indictment of an individual. And one such instance of this exists with Messmer's soldier ashes, which read, "These soldiers belonged to the ignoble penal battalion and were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight." An ignoble penal battalion would have been a unit comprised of disgraced soldiers, warriors assigned to fight as a form of punishment maybe, or perhaps as a path to redemption. If it's the latter, the fact that their ashes were disgraced with a hidden burial would be all the more tragic. Now, it's unclear whether all of Messmer's soldiers comprised the penal battalion or whether it was just these two, but I'm inclined to think it was just them. Either way, it's very interesting that Messmer was willing to send the guilty to war, especially if you believe that Messmer was a part of the war against the Giants, because that war, or the aftermath at least, involved the sinful thorn sorcerers as well. The Shadow Tree is all many in the Realm of Shadow have left. The armor of those soldiers, as well as the Black Knights, has a gold Shadow Tree motif engraved on the chest plate. It was a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. Yet, for some, the Shadow Tree wasn't enough. In a small cave on Shadow Altus, a fledgling Erd tree grows, surreptitiously being tended to by the most proficient of gardeners, perfumers, and elsewhere another golden tree grows in a courtyard of the Shadow Keep. These are akin to minor Erd trees or illusory trees, which early in the age of the Erd tree likely were not around, as the Erd tree was thought to have been perfect and eternal, and thus was it believed that Erd tree seeds could not exist. But exist they did, scattering across the various lands when the Elden Ring was shattered, as if life itself knew that its end had come. And in that moment, too, did the Erd tree avatars emerge from the minor Erd trees, determined to protect the withering Erd tree's offspring. So, for a long time, I thought that minor Erd trees across the entire lands between only came to exist when golden seeds flew from the Erd tree in the wake of the shattering. But that can't be true, because then how could these trees be here? The shattering happened after this realm was split off for the Crusade, so the trees here must have been planted before the shattering, right? Unless you believe that people and things like Erd tree seeds could be brought across the Veil, in which case a lot of the timeline becomes extremely complicated. Anyway, now I think that the Age of Plenty with the Erd tree came swiftly to a close, and then minor Erd trees like these were grown all across the lands, with their sap being collected in basins by the physic chemists. I think one of these trees was even grown here in the Shadow Keep itself, where we can see Hornsent, loyal to the Erd tree, are accustomed to praying. But this tree that the perfumers tend to is smaller, suggesting I think that it was grown more recently, perhaps after the perfumers were brought to the Realm of Shadow. Gardening certainly wasn't what they were brought here to do. The Crusade was a violent purge, and the perfumers were not called there to heal. Still, near the perfumers, we loot Heal from Afar, which is an Erd tree incantation discovered in the Realm of Shadow. It reads, "Even when far beyond, far out of sight, the Erd tree will surely give us its blessing." Their faith persists, but their practices suffer, because Erd tree enchantments are all but a lost art in the Realm of Shadow, and, truthfully, even the faithful have begun to suspect how bad things are outside. For when the Elden Ring was shattered, the people of the Realm of Shadow felt it too, and feared it as a sign of the Erd tree's wrath. This is information learned from an incantation that's found in the rafters of the specimen storehouse, so it's hidden way out of sight, and I imagine that the shattering might have been one truth too many for the people of the Realm of Shadow, whose faith was already waning. Indeed, it's rare to find a statue of Marika in this place that is not defaced, literally. A phantom in the Shadow Keep gives voice to this wavering belief. No, such a thing is utterly inconceivable. We have not been abandoned. Messmer is the son of Queen Marika. Her Grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. Maybe this is why there needed to be a fort of reprimand, a place where many were reprimanded. Even those blessed with Marika's own grace were hunted down and slain, like Omen. But remarkably, rebellion did rise, from a Black Knight of all people. The Black Knights were the primary force of Messmer's army, with weighty shields meant to symbolize their iron conviction in the crusade. The Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose. Wishful thinking, for the Black Knights didn't even fully understand the nature or potential of the impurity they were facing. Thus does the Pearl Shield Talisman boost all types of non-physical damage reduction, because they were forced to prepare for all threats known or unknown. A rotten stench clung to their helmets, which were tainted by horn-scent blood, or, for all they knew, tainted by their own blackened souls, festering after endless slaughter. Is it any surprise then that once the dust had settled, the Black Knights began to question their purpose? Their first leader was Andreas, a man endowed with great strength and command over the powers of the Crucible. A Japanese description here makes it clear that, like the other soldiers in the war, Andreas was driven away from the Erdtree, but that, despite being a devout follower of Messmer, he would rebel after learning of his liege's serpentine nature. This is strange, considering the winged serpent is literally the token creature of Messmer's military forces, so surely it was obvious that Messmer had a serpentine nature. Either Andreas was totally oblivious, or he glimpsed something deeper, or more disturbing. Maybe he glimpsed the abyssal serpent. We know this happened sometime after the divine beast hunt, thanks to the ashes of Andreas's son, Hugh, who afterwards followed his father, Andreas, into rebellion against Messmer, only to be rewarded with imprisonment in an underground tomb. Messmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. How bad must the snake's reputation have been for it to have made Messmer's most devout knights rebel? It wasn't the shrieks of sorrow from those they were killing, it wasn't the horror of the crusade itself, instead it was their commander's serpentine nature? I guess to many of the Erdtree, the crusade itself was beyond questioning, for they were certain of the sanctity of their campaign and invigorated by each cry of death. But Messmer was a different matter entirely. Ironically, it was actually those closest to Messmer, his Fire Knights, who questioned the crusade on moral grounds. One of them still stands guard at the bridge to Roar, risking his life to protect an old ruin.
Rain of fire.
This is Saltzer, the sage, disciple of the elder Wago, who we mentioned earlier. Saltzer asked, if we reduce to ash this land against which we hold no grievance, no ill will, are we any better than barbarians? And his disdain for barbarism never waned, even as he burned more villages and scorched more land than any other. I suspect it was Saltzer who prevailed upon Messmer to create the specimen storehouse within the Black Keep, a place for the preservation of Hornscent culture, a museum of sorts, actually tended to by loyal Hornscent scholars, folk of burned body and soul, who, ironically, incant coils of Messmer's own fire, the same fire thrown by Messmer's rank-and-file soldiers. A dear friend of Saltzer was the Fire Knight Hilda, who joined those that urged that the specimens be preserved. And so Hilda's ashes were enshrined here, a charm to protect the storehouse. Messmer, for his part, showed his compassionate side within the Black Keep as well, curating a wing dedicated to the care of the Jar Saints, the shaman, his kin, who were tortured by the Hornscent long ago. Though it has long fallen into ruin, it's a reminder of the real reason for the crusade against the Hornsent, a cycle of vengeance that goes on and on, of curses realized and placed anew.
Mother. America. A curse upon thee.
As we close out this video, I'd like to go over a few topics that are more open to interpretation. I'd like to talk about who Messmer's soldiers might have been in an age long past, what the Black Keep might have meant, and why the serpent skin in Bonnie Village might be there. To begin, there was a time before Marika's ascent to godhood where the realm of shadow was not separate, but rather simply a part of the lands between. Back then, here roamed the Highlanders, fierce axe-wielding warriors who hunted bears and chased glory. In our previous video, I discussed their connection to Hoaralou, their greatest warrior, who would later abandon his Highlander roots to become Elden Lord Godfrey. And naturally, I suspect many of his Highlander kin followed suit, leaving their past behind. Yet, perhaps traces remain in the men who became Messmer's soldiers. Though they now serve the Impaler, wielding spears, I suspect there's more to them than meets the eye, for, like Godfrey, they favor axes. Like Godfrey, they specialize in charge attacks, and like Hoaralou, they roar, and like Hoaralou, they can shake the earth itself with their stomp attacks. So, were these Highlanders drafted into
Sorry, I'm just
after
I'm
Godfrey
looking for a
became
part I
Elden
just
Lord?
lost.
Or did
I
their
think it's kind
culture
of
simply
important to,
evolve over time? Or am I
mount
completely
the,
wrong?
power supply
Now, I feel
too.
pretty confident, at least putting forward this theory, considering we never see the old Highlanders as an enemy type in-game. So I love the theory that they might have slipped into becoming something else in the Age of Godfrey, a people aligned with grace, though later they would become divorced from it. To them, the grace of gold would be a distant memory. Messmer's Black Knights, too, seem tied to the land that they would later forever occupy. According to Ashes, they had command over the powers of the Crucible, which flourished in this region. Godfrey's Crucible Knights, too, were in tune with the powers of the Crucible, and since we can place Godfrey's heritage in this region, it makes sense that we might be able to trace his Crucible Knights back here as well. So, if all of these factions were long-standing in this area, who's to say the structures in the Realm of Shadow weren't long-standing too? This brings us to the Black Keep, for it also contains signs of an older culture, one related to death, as it was in the age before the Erd Tree. Here in the Black Keep, Messmer is cremating his warriors, turning their remains into light. But what's curious is that this ritual is taking place within boats, funerary boats that are an exact match for those piloted by the Tibia Mariners, the oldest gravekeepers and boatsmen who can summon the dead. We've learned a little bit more about the Mariners in the Shadow of the Erd Tree. Interestingly, they're quite sad beings. The Polterstone is this contrivance they devised, and it creates a noise imitative of human presence where it lands, which was used by the gravekeepers to distract themselves from their longing for company. But the most important piece of lore for them isn't an item description, it's a place, Caro's hidden grave, where one riverboatsman remains, watching over those at rest. What's important here is the name Caro, for Charon is a figure from Greek myth, the ferryman of the underworld, whose role is to transport the souls of the dead across the river Styx. This confirms what we've long suspected, that the mariners are a guiding lantern in the mist to the dead, who are in sore need of leadership and have long been left to wander. So the similarity of the boats used by the mariners and Messmer suggests the Black Keep might have had a deeper tie to the culture of death in this land. But that's not the only connection. Helfen's steeple is an extremely curious item that was dropped by a mariner in the base game. It's a greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. For years we've wondered what the Helfen might be exactly, and now we have another theory to add to the list. What if the Helfen was once the Black Keep? As I learned from Quelaag in her video about the Shadowlands, Helfen's serrated steeple kind of looks like the jagged steeples of the Black Keep, making us wonder whether this keep had a different role in the past, and that it might have been a place that was simply taken over by Messmer rather than being built by him. While a lot of this is circumstantial evidence and speculation, you can't deny that there's signs of older traditions enduring here. The Highlanders, the Helfen, funerary rites, the Serpent's reputation, it's these things that make the world of Elden Ring feel real and lived in, even across all of the ages that we don't get to witness in-game. Let's end this video with one of the biggest secrets in the DLC, the shed serpent skin found by Bonnie Village. Man, what is it with From Software and leaving us unanswerable questions about serpents at the end of their DLCs? I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what's going on with it yet. Instead, I'm going to leave you with a few observations and let those inspire your conclusions. My first note is that the serpent skin is found near the statue that reveals the "Oh Mother" emote, which you later use to gain access to the Shaman village hidden behind the Black Keep. For this statue to be so close to the serpent, I think suggests a connection to either Messmer or Marika. My second point is that this serpent is not physiologically similar to Messmer's serpent. Rather, it's a perfect match for the god-devouring serpent's visage, and Igle as well, for that matter. As a reminder, Igle is that flayed serpent skin that's spread over the altar in her church at Gelmir, and below it we loot the serpent's amnion, an item that's tied to Raya, who was the poor unwanted offspring of this repellent birthing ritual. It's a common trend in Elden Ring for smaller NPC stories to mirror and help explain more important stories, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Raya's repellent birthing ritual could help to explain the circumstances of Messmer's own birth, and what's going on with the serpent that took root inside of him. Perhaps Messmer was born of a repellent birthing ritual as well. It's also worth noting that a godskin dwells in the Church of Igle, which could in turn suggest a connection to the Glowmite Queen. The godskins are somewhat serpentine, with bodies that can stretch much in the same manner as a man-serpent's. The godskin noble robe states that nobles are the most ancient apostles, who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible. And there's even a spirit-calling snail, which is actually a serpent, that summons godskins in your battle with it in the Spirit Caller cave. That's a fair amount of overlap, but it's impossible to be sure. If you'd like to share what this story might look like to you, drop your ideas in the comments, and I'll pin my favorite interpretation at the top for everyone to read. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
This has been like one shit show. Okay. What's another video I could put on in the background?
Midra's sanctum, a veritable paradise. And then...
Come no closer. No closer, I say.
What happened here? The map for this place now refers to it as an abyss, a place mired in frenzy, forbidden by the horn scent. Interestingly, the word the Japanese use to describe this place is naraka, which essentially is the Buddhist hell. They're describing this place as a world of great suffering, torture, and torment. But before this, it was a sanctum, a private hideaway for the sage Midra and other horn-scent who resided here. Midra himself has no visible horns, yet I'd still consider him to be one of the horn-scent's brethren. After all, many of his fellows have horns. His manse was built with spiral pillars, and spirals are an important symbol to the horn-scent, and he presumably observed horn-scent customs at the church in the sanctum, which itself bears divine beast iconography. That said, the church is about as far away from Midra's manse as can be in this place, so perhaps religion wasn't so important to those in the sanctum, geographically isolated as they were from the rest of the realm. Indeed, in contrast to the deep spirituality that we witness in other horn-scent domains, I'd argue that Midra's manse was uniquely a place of discussion and learning. For example, countless books once adorned these bookshelves, and as per this site of grace, the manse once had a discussion hall where knowledge could have been shared. Not to mention, Midra is renowned as a great sage, a title that could only belong to a man who was profoundly wise. But when we arrive at the manse, most books aren't on their shelves. Instead, in most cases, they're in piles and have been burned, seemingly deliberately. So, who did this? If I had to guess, I think it might have been the Horn-scent Inquisitors. As we'll get into later, the Horn-scent Inquisitors were a powerful force that invaded Midra's sanctum to stamp out the frenzy that had taken root here, and they do carry live flames which enable their fire breath attacks. So, if books were being intentionally burned in this place of learning, then maybe it was for a reason. Maybe Midra and this remote sect of curious horn-scent discovered something that they shouldn't have. Maybe they discovered the knowledge that led to frenzy. But is there an overlap between frenzy and knowledge in Elden Ring? Well, let me try and argue that there is, using Bloodborne as an analogue. Frenzy in Elden Ring is largely synonymous with frenzy in Bloodborne. The systems share a name, status mechanics, and both games now even have frenzy-inducing enemies called Winter Lanterns. In terms of lore, though, they're a little bit different. In Bloodborne, frenzy is the symptom that afflicts those who acquire incomprehensible knowledge or insight about the world, sending them mad as a result.
Make it a little
Whereas
bigger for
in
you
Elden
guys,
Ring,
so you guys
frenzy
enjoy it.
more commonly crops up in those who experience severe
I
suffering.
lost the
and
screw. I think that's going to be important for mounting
With
this
their
power
eyes
supply.
aflame, they share that frenzy with
Damn
others.
it.
That said, I still think that that suffering and despair in Elden Ring does reveal a somewhat eldritch truth about the world. Namely, that suffering and despair are this intrinsic part of the world's order on a cosmic level. Look at Marika's minor Erd tree that she left behind in her village, for example. It is only the kindness of gold, without order, which, like many other things, seems to suggest that order cannot exist without suffering and despair. So, I don't think it's a stretch to think that Midra and the Hornsent of the Manse, dedicated to learning and discussion,
I'm not
could have stumbled
screwing
upon
in
such a
too much.
disturbing truth.
Just
about
enough to
the
hold
world,
it.
especially since that truth has to do with the 3 fingers and the 2, and there's evidence that the denizens of the Manse were surreptitiously researching the fingers. Behind a portrait of Midra are 3 odd shapes with orange cloth draped over them, and underneath are fingers. These are the same fingers and stones that can be found in the finger ruins, and incidentally, the finger ruins of Rhea are adjacent to the Abyss itself. Shout out to Zlovsky on Twitter, who separated the models so we could get a closer look at these. In the end, though, how Frenzy took root in Midra's sanctum is open to speculation. Maybe I'm wrong, and it had nothing to do with their research. Maybe the fingers under these covers were never meant to be discovered by us. Or maybe the frenzy of Midra's Manse had more to do with the woman in this portrait, who stands over Midra with a curious smile. We'll get into that more later. But first, what is frenzy? What eldritch truth does it reveal, and what does that have to do with the fingers? To answer that, we're going to have to go back further in Elden Ring's timeline than we ever have on this channel, to the cosmic, metaphysical origins of life.
All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again.
These words were spoken by Hayata, finger maiden of the 3 fingers, who divines their words. Let's break these lines down. So everything in the world of Elden Ring is said to have come from the One Great. The One Great is essentially the beginning, a unified whole. It is the universe condensed as one. But then, a few lines later, Hayata mentions a greater will that made a mistake. And she doesn't say the One Great made a mistake, she says the greater will made a mistake. Almost as if the greater will is the One Great. And I think it is. Kind of. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that the One Great had a greater will. Because if the One Great is a collective, then the greater will could have been the dominant part of its intent. Its greater will, so to speak. And I'm saying this in the past tense here because at some point there was a moment of fracture, a veritable big bang, where the One Great was no more, but the greater will remained. This moment is called a cosmic rupture in the DLC by Count Ymir, who says that long ago we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We too are children of the greater will. So life had essentially been created, in many worlds, possibly, but to give order to its children in the lands between, specifically, the greater will first sent down Meta, the mother of the 2 fingers, and then the Elden Ring. While we learn from the remembrance of the Mother of Fingers that Meta was the mother of all 2 fingers and finger creepers, it says nothing about her being the mother of the 3 fingers. Thus, I think that when the One Great fractured, the greater will and its desire for order wasn't the only thing that was created. Frenzy and a desire for chaos was split off entirely. This is a separate part of the One Great that believes fracture was a mistake and that regression is the only path forward. This frenzied part of the One Great is called an outer god, as per Miquella's Needle. So, as such, like the greater will, it also has its envoys. 3 fingers, not 2. And the fact that its envoys are 3 fingers is likely no coincidence. 2 plus 3 equals a 5-fingered hand, and thus I think three fingers being envoys sends a powerful message. The message being that if order is run by two fingers, then the other three are naturally the ones that are missing. Of course, this is just speculation, but I like to think that the three fingers are kind of a revelation in and of themselves. It sends the message that once all was a part of the one great, the three fingers and the two. Unlike the two fingers, the three fingers are free to tell us their truth, that there was a mistake in the fracturing of things long ago, and that under the branches of order, life now divides and distinguishes, leading to torment, despair, affliction, sins, and curses. And so they believe the only solution is to melt everything away with the yellow chaos flame until all is one again. I want to quickly talk about the nature of the one great and the greater will, because there have been some revelations revealed by Elden Ring's DLC, and one of them is that the greater will both is and inhabits a lightless abyss, as is depicted by the empty space in Count Emir's headpiece. Now, this is going to sound contradictory, and of course this is all just speculative territory on a cosmic level, but I think somehow the birth of everything might have come from a void, the greater will's void. Astel, natural born of the void, is one such example of this happening, after all. Because of this bastard of the stars, we know that life can come from a void. So, if a void is a clue to the greater will's nature, then maybe a void is also what the one great was, and inhabited. And so, perhaps it's no coincidence then that when frenzy burns something, it burns it away to nothingness. One great void. In the gravesite plane, we come across countless spirit gravestones, which are gravestones that have started to turn into spirits. Fitting for a land where all manners of death drift, these stones, if crafted together with a swollen grape, create a surging frenzied flame, an item which violently spits frenzy like butter in a hot pan. Its description reads, "Spirits are eternal, and yet frenzied flame melts them away regardless." It's no wonder then that Torrent, being a spirit, is terrified of this place. Naturally, too, the Hornsent, whose culture revolves around spirits, forbid the flame's use, and to stamp it out, at some point they would send an order of inquisitors to invade and purge Midra's sanctum. Though apparently the fact frenzy is forbidden hasn't stopped the one who invented this consumable. The Mad Craftsman's cookbook that teaches it reveals that it is a record of crafting techniques left by a craftsman who served Midra and Nanaya. His eyes were burned by the flame of frenzy. But were his experiments with frenzy being done before or after the purge of Midra's sanctum? What I really want to understand here is, was frenzy brewing in the manse for a while, or did it only truly become a threat when the Inquisition invaded? Let's talk about that. We know that frenzy must have been present at the manse in some capacity before the Hornsent Inquisition arrived. Why else would the Inquisition have come to stamp it out? However, I don't think it was out of control by any means. I think they were merely on the brink of it, and that's because of this tortured phantom of the manse, who questions why the Inquisition and their cruelty was even necessary. While begging for mercy, he says, "I ask, what crime did great Midra commit?" It's not clear whether he simply doesn't understand the threat that frenzy represents, or whether he simply doesn't think that Midra is to blame for it. But I think we can at least take from this that frenzy wasn't out of control at the sanctum. It was just there, and the Hornsent Inquisitors had been made aware of it. But I reckon even the mere hint of frenzy would have been the beginning of the end for Midra's sanctum, and that's because frenzy is essentially a self-fulfilling prophecy. The fear of frenzy and its void inspires an extreme response to those in power, leading to the torture and torment of those who are frenzied, which is itself an extreme response that exacerbates frenzy even more, and on it goes. In the end, frenzy only really exists because of how awful the world is, and the torture to stifle it only proves that fact. So, when the Inquisition arrived to purge this damnation like no other, they brought pain, as was their way. These Hornsent Inquisitors are not unlike Rykard's own Inquisitors, who we discussed in a recent video. Both forces use torture to extract the answers they seek, and both Inquisitions likely existed to root out traitors and threats to their regime. As opposed to the fire of Rykard's Inquisitors, the Hornsent's brand of Inquisition utilizes golden arcs called barbs, which, according to the spell, were a known symbol of coercive questioning. The barbs on the Great Sword of Damnation, for example, unwrap to pierce the victim from within, inflicting continuous wounds to assure eternal agony. There's actually an intriguing bit of lore hidden in the weapons skill of this item, which reads, "There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux." The Golden Order. For me, this brings to mind Marika, crucified as she is upon a golden ark at the end of the game. Alternatively, since the Golden Order was created upon the removal of destined death, perhaps the Great Sword of Damnation evokes this fact by inflicting eternal suffering without death as a release. Thus is the Golden Order seen in the shape of those fixed upon its crux. Perhaps. It's hard to say for sure what was meant by this line, but I'm glad this line exists because I think it means that they want us to question why the barbs of the Hornsent look like the rune arcs of the Elden Ring. So why? Why do the Hornsent have these golden arcs and methods of torture that echo the Golden Order when theirs is a civilization that preceded the Golden Order and the Elden Ring? So, to answer that, while I think it's true that the Hornsent were around long before Marika, I do think Marika and the Elden Ring became part of their culture for a time. The simplest proof of this is in how the Hornsent believe that Marika betrayed them, because for them to consider Marika's actions a betrayal, Marika must have been considered a part of the Hornsent's culture on some level. But for more evidence of Marika's involvement in this place at this time, take a look here, where you respawn after getting jump-scared by a winter lantern. There's a stake of Marika here, and for these to be in the realm of shadow, it means that Marika must have been a force in the world long before the Inquisition arrived. Even here, in this sanctum that's geographically separated from the rest of the realm. And while you could argue that these are just here for a gameplay reason, and that they have no relevancy to the lore, I don't think so, because I think From Software are aware of the lore implications of these statues. For evidence of this, look at Raya Lucaria. This is a place where Marika would have been unwelcome, and so there are no stakes of Marika at all here. All of this is to say that torture was ingrained in the Golden Order, be it via the Hornsent's Inquisitors, or Rykard's Inquisitors, or the Elden Beast itself. Order requires enforcement, it seems. Remember, Marika's minor Erdtree has taught us that there is kindness without order, and therefore that there is cruelty with it. And so, even though such torture exacerbates frenzy, it was the institutionalized way forward for the Hornsent, who, as we know from other parts of the lore, were a race that definitely had no issues persecuting their own brethren. The tortured phantom we mentioned earlier laments, "I beg you stop, haven't I taken enough? Are we not brethren, common in our line? And yet you offer only cruelty." Here in this sanctum, where frenzy was taking root, the Hornsent brought their full strength to bear. But perhaps the place should have been left alone, for the results of the Inquisition were mixed, to say the least. Clearly, the Inquisition wasn't prepared to handle the answers it found, and many Inquisitors have become frenzied in the
So to mount the power supply,
revealing new attacks,
which is really weird.
Interestingly, one spell they
I
channel
have to
is
mount
Frenzied
it
Burst, which has a description that
on
talks about
this
how
thing.
every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy
I have to mount
succumbed
it
to madness
on
after
this
a desperate
when it's still
internal
hanging.
struggle. This is the same incantation that
It's kinda
Vike
weird to
uses,
me.
and it might be a
I've never heard of
reflection
a
of
case
his
doing
own
that.
struggle with madness. The fact that this incantation
All the
exists
videos I've
is
watched, I've
called
never
a meager
had
victory
one do that before.
over frenzy, and this is why I think the Inquisitors fought hard before succumbing to the frenzy. Perhaps this first-hand witnessing of the despair that was coming as a result of their own torture touched them, or perhaps they fell victim to the aging untouchables, the Winter Lanterns, who we'll talk about more later. The forest is now truly the most horrific part of the Sanctum, in my opinion, not the manse itself. And I say that because the Inquisitors who occupy the manse are not the frenzied variant. Despite frenzy having infected the rats and shadowy horn scent within, the Inquisitors of the manse don't have a single frenzy flame attack. Why? Well, I think that this was done to show that their Inquisition was successful, to a degree, thanks to the majority of the Inquisition's strength being focused here at the manse, and there is Inquisition strength here. For example, one of the Fat Inquisitors is in possession of revered Spirit Ash, a powerful blessing of the Horn Scent, and there are even the spirits of Divine Beast Warriors roaming the halls. The Divine Beast Warriors were an elite force among the Horn Scent, but you know that already from fighting them, don't you? To be clear though, these aren't physical Beast Warriors, they're actually spirits. Perhaps these warriors were once part of the Inquisition's forces and then died in this place. What's more likely though, I think, is that perhaps their ashes were given to the Inquisitors, who then summoned them here to fight, as weapons to be wielded in their assault. We do, after all, know that the Inquisitors are capable of summoning the spirits of their comrades. We know this thanks to Jory, the Elder Inquisitor, who rings a sort of spirit-calling bell to summon his brethren in his boss fight. And it's here, in this place where the catacomb spills out into the forest, that he holds down the fort, alone, a final frontier for those coming in or out. According to the Inquisitor Ashes, inquisitions often perplexed the minds of the uninitiated, and so seniority was viewed as an asset, and Jory is an Elder Inquisitor. Thus his age helps to explain why he's the last one remaining on the edge of the forest, endlessly calling in his brethren to fulfill their duties properly in death. One thing I wonder though is why inquisitions perplexed the minds of the uninitiated. Was it because these inquisitions were focused on torture so deeply? Could newer inductees not understand or fathom why they were performing these terrible rites? We do know from the Caterpillar Mask that doubt about the terrible rites that they were performing was a thing, and that they had to intentionally ward this away. So perhaps this torture inflicted via the Inquisitions caused a similar sort of doubt. Whatever the case, to an extent, the Horn Scent efforts here were successful. The books were burned, the manse was stifled. And on that note, I want to talk about the 10 figures that are bound outside the manse. There's not much information on these guys, I think, but if I had to guess, I'd say that these 10 were Midra's associates, who were bound and executed outside the manse. Their somewhat similar garb to Midra's, and also the gold protruding from their necks, might be an indication of that. This, plus the fact that they're just facing away from the manse, strikes me as a warning for those in the forest to stay away from the manse, which Midra's executioners have now laid claim to. And speaking of execution, as a result of the Inquisition's invasion, Midra himself accepted the Great Sword of Damnation and pledged to endure their eternal punishment, warning others to stay away from him, lest they succumb. But I don't think that this was a true victory for the Inquisitors, because in reality, while Midra endured, the frenzy was ripening within him, and one day it would be a fruit fit to burst. All according to plan, perhaps. Despite evidence of
case
the
is
Inquisition's
strange for how it
victory in
announces
this
power
place,
supply.
frenzy is entrenched pretty deeply, now at least. The very earth is scarred, and even the animals are afflicted. Even the originally multicolored flowers of this place have changed to be colored by frenzy, and one particularly inventive perfumer has clearly used these to create the Frenzy Flame perfume. It's clear that frenzy is ripening here, and I think that most of it came as a result of the Inquisition itself. There's a curious enemy in this place that I think supports this idea: the Madding Hand. It's a human NPC whose namesake is a weapon, a glove stitched together from the flayed skin of the victims of a butcherous bloodbath. It was forged of an unyielding black impulse towards revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. So, the heretics in this description would have been the horn-scent denizens of the sanctum, and their brethren who hunted them down would have been the horn-scent inquisitors. And now, the heretics' desire for revenge has been stitched together into a hand made of their flayed skin. Now, I was originally going to suggest that the Madding Hand himself skinned these victims to create this glove, but since the Tooth Whip exists, and it was used by the Hornscent, it's possible that the flaying was just a part of the Hornscent torture of these heretics. Either way, this Madding Hand has taken it upon himself to fight on the heretics' frenzied behalf. So who is he? Well, he's actually wearing the Gravebird's black quill armor, which is an item that's cast in the image of the Gravebird, which is a gravekeeper golem that's linked to mausoleums and to the process of burning death in ghost flame. So, given that lore, you'd think then that this is a man that is linked to the ancient processes of death, and indeed he's actually physically very close to the Darklight catacombs that brought you here, and catacombs traditionally do employ a lot of ghost flame processes in them. So that's kind of where the facts end on this guy and where speculation begins. For example, given the armor, perhaps he was a defender of the local catacomb who got swept up in or witnessed the Hornscent's purge, or considering the stitched hand that represents the heretic's desire for revenge, perhaps he now wishes to aid the frenzied of the forest. And do we think the blindfold could be related to frenzy? It certainly matches Hayeta's fashion, so there's something going on there, I think. Maybe blindfolds better enable one to envision the nothingness brought about by frenzy. Curious to hear what you guys think. Of course, none of this is fact, it's just my take on the guy. But of course, the real threat in the forest isn't the Madding Hand. It's the Winter Lanterns, the aging untouchables, whose presence is heralded by the Winter Lantern flies. These are winged insects carrying a dangling grape, and upon seeing these, the wise know to stay well clear. Turn back while you are yet able. Don't let it see you. Once you are seen, there is no escape. These messages are useful, but the most useful note of all is a page ripped from a diary. And
I have no
found in
idea
the
what's going
manse.
on with this.
It reads,
power.
I touched him, but only once. When he thrust his staff in my face, I brushed it aside. It was then that I touched it, the aging untouchable. Lore-wise, it's hard to know who wrote this note, but since it's a page ripped from a diary, you'd think then that this would have been written by a resident of the manse, who were known for their bookkeeping. What's more, this page is burned, just like all the other books. Therefore, this record was likely written before the Inquisition came through here. So it is that I think this aging
I'm gonna show
untouchable
you guys.
that the note writes about might have existed in the forest before the Inquisition.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys my perspective. All right, so the power supply hooked onto this, and in the manual it says I have to hook it onto that. Well, here, this bracket I'm pointing at right now Doesn't have any screw points to hook onto it. I think I might have gotten a faulty case. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do. Question. Yeah. I have no idea what's going on with this game.
Arrived. The author of this note even sketched a picture of its likeness. To be clear, I'm only talking about one aging untouchable here. The diary only mentions one of them, and so do the winter lanternflies, which are insects that herald the aging untouchable's approach. On seeing these, it reads, "The wise know to stay well clear." And that's the best.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this video to see how this guy loads up the bracket, power supply bracket. Okay. That's what I did. I have the screws on. Pretty much in the same orientation. Okay, but I'm wondering, what do you do afterwards? No, there are two screws that hold the power supply bracket in the back here, but I forgot to put them back in and after the unbuild. Okay. So my thing's supposed to attach to this thing. Alright. I think I spent way too much time building the power supply part, but at least now I finally watched a video to get a sense of what I'm doing. Oh, finally, it's coming along now. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Power supply on, and it's fitting pretty good. So, the problem was with my case. Sorry. Get my other hand free. Okay, this longer like screw thing. They didn't bother like tightening it down. That was wrong with my case. So I had to tighten it quite a bit. This one, there wasn't any problems with this. This one was just that. But on my case, I didn't have these screw holes in. Kind of weird. So I didn't know I had to put in screw holes to secure it. Anyways. Alright, we're gonna try putting on the fan, I guess. Or the what's it called? The power supply thing. Since I heard the CPU fan will be the hardest fan to get to. Okay, that was a little scary to put in. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you read that power thing, the manual. If we go back on our results,
to be clear, I'm only talking.
we're gonna go back to Linus Tech Tips.
Read reviews to evaluate the performance of a graphics card. Do not be tempted to draw a conclusion based on clock speeds and memory. Do look out, though, for features like hardware video encoding, real-time ray tracing support, and anything else that your game or your application might be able to use. Take, for example, DLSS, which increases performance at a small cost to visual fidelity, or the Blender Optics renderer for NVIDIA. And on the AMD side, there's the Fidelity FX suite, which has some pretty cool stuff in it.
As mentioned before, the front panel header is often located in the lower right corner of the motherboard, and there are often silk-screened markings on the motherboard to indicate which pins are for what. If you don't see any markings for it, consult your motherboard's manual. If your case has cable management guides, it's best to use these now so you don't have to rewire anything when cable managing later, just because of how fiddly these can be. Be conscious of how long the wires are and how far they have to go, and try to make sure that they don't cross anything that needs access. You don't want to knock them loose by accident later. At a minimum, all computers should come with a power switch lead that needs to be plugged into the front panel header, but they may also come with a power LED, HDD LED, and reset switch. Very occasionally these days you may also have a speaker or buzzer in the hardware box, and this is also where that goes. The usual layout is to have the power LED plus and minus on the top left, power switch immediately right of that, and PC speaker plus and minus to the right of that on the top row. The bottom row usually goes HDD LED plus and minus, then reset switch. Sometimes there will be a second 3-pin wide power LED plus and minus to the right of that for compatibility with older cases using a wider power LED connector. Of these connections, you might note that 3 have plus and minus, or polarity. That is, it matters in which orientation you have them. The connector will usually have a positive and negative indicator silk-screened onto it, or even be separated into individual wires, but if not, they should be color-coded, and the white or black wire is usually the negative. For LEDs, the polarity needs to be correct or your lights won't function properly. The good news is that if you put them in wrong, it won't hurt anything, just flip them around. The PC speaker header follows the same black equals negative wire convention, but these are becoming so rare that you may never see one while building a computer for yourself. Its primary role these days is to provide feedback during boot. Beep codes can be useful for troubleshooting, but have largely been replaced by diagnostic LEDs. It has other uses, but it's mostly just a relic of a bygone era. 2 of the front panel connections absolutely do not matter which orientation they go in, and that's the power switch and reset switch, because unlike devices like LEDs or speakers that need to draw power, these are simple switches that close a circuit. Still, it's neatest to make sure that they line up with the other cables if present.
Once you've wired up the front panel, gently pull the slack back through the rear panel. It's a good idea to also wire up USB and front panel audio now if present. Front panel audio may have 2 connectors, AC97 and HD audio, or Azalea. Both are keyed the same way. That is, they have a blank div pin on the connector that allows them to go in only one way. But how they work is different. The TLDR is that AC97 is a mostly dumb connection that doesn't provide any feedback as to what's plugged in. And HD audio, or Azalea, allows for things like jack sensing and reassignment. Most computers since the mid-2000s will have support for HD audio, so use that unless your computer is really old. The header for this is usually on the lower left corner of the motherboard, but if you don't see it there, check your manual to locate it. Like your front panel wires from before, make sure they're completely free of obstructions, then use the cable management guides now if you have them to reduce the need for rewiring later. Find a hole close to the header, then go through it. For an ATX motherboard, you can usually get away with pulling it through this little channel here, even if your power supply will go right up against it. And that will give you a very clean look. A common mistake when plugging these in is to only plug in one row. Make sure there are no pins hanging out directly above or below your connector when you plug it in. It can only go in one way, yes, but only if all the rows are aligned first. When it's on there, pull the slack through and move on to the next one. Front panel USB is broken up into 3 types: USB 2.0, USB 3.0, and USB 3.2, often used for the Type-C ports. USB 2 connectors consist of 2 rows of 4 pins. with a fifth pin on only one row to make sure you don't plug it in the wrong way around. Usually, but not always, there's a plastic shield around these on the motherboard to make sure it lines up exactly when it's plugged in, but it's usually pretty easy. And they can share this design with both serial and FireWire. Make absolutely certain that you do not plug a USB into anything that's called FireWire, FW, or 1394, because it uses a much higher voltage and will destroy USB devices plugged into it. Usually, the right headers will be labeled with USB, sometimes followed by a port number and the headers that correspond to it. But if it doesn't say or you aren't sure, consult your motherboard's manual. Follow the same procedure as front panel audio for these cables. Make sure they're free from obstruction, use the cable management guides, and find a hole close to the header for it to go through. Remember, it can only go on one way, so don't force it and mash up the pins. Pull the slack through for the cable management later and repeat as necessary.
But what about USB 3 and 3.2? These are much larger, stiffer cables, and usually you'll find their headers on the right edge of the motherboard or at the bottom edge. They're quite wide and sometimes difficult to get through cable management channels, so if you haven't been paying attention to cable management, pay attention now, because these are the worst. As before, find a hole near the USB 3 header on the motherboard and line it up, but don't connect it just yet. Listen first. USB 3 connectors are very fussy.
Conscious of how long the wires are and how far they have to go, and try to make sure that they don't cross anything that needs access. You don't want to knock them loose by accident later. At a minimum, all computers should come with a power switch lead that needs to be plugged into the front panel header. But they may also come with a power LED, HDD LED, and reset switch.
Plug in,
Very occasionally these days you may also have a
switches.
speaker or buzzer in the hardware box, and this is also where that goes. The usual layout is to have the power LED plus and minus on the top left, power switch immediately right of that, and PC speaker plus and minus to the right of that on the top row.
Right now, I'm trying to assume which goes to where.
The bottom row usually goes HDD LED plus and minus, then reset switch. Sometimes there will be a second 3-pin wide power LED plus and minus to the right of that for compatibility with older cases using a wider power LED connector. Of these connections, you might note that 3 have plus and minus, or polarity. That is, it matters in which orientation you have them. The connector will usually have a positive and negative indicator silkscreened onto it, or even be separated into individual wires, but if not, they should be color-coded, and the white or black wire is usually the negative. For LEDs, the polarity needs to be correct or your lights won't function properly. The good news is that if you put them in wrong, it won't hurt anything, just flip them around. The PC speaker header follows the same black equals negative wire convention, but these are becoming so rare that you may never see one while building a computer for yourself. Its primary role these days is to provide feedback during boot. Beep codes can be useful for troubleshooting, but have largely been replaced by diagnostic LEDs. It has other uses, but it's mostly just a relic of a bygone era. Two of the front panel connections absolutely do not matter which orientation they go in, and that's the power switch and reset switch, because unlike devices like LEDs or speakers that need to draw power, these are simple switches that close a circuit. Still, it's neatest to make sure that they line up with the other cables if present.
Once you've wired up the front panel, gently pull the slack back through the rear panel. It's a good idea to also wire up USB and front panel audio now if present. Front panel audio may have two connectors, AC 97 and HD audio, or Azalea. Both are keyed the same way. That is, they have a blank div pin on the connector that allows them to go in only one way. But how they work is different. The TLDR is that AC 97 is a mostly dumb connection that doesn't provide any feedback as to what's plugged in. And HD audio, or Azalea, allows for things like jack sensing and reassignment. Most computers since the mid-2000s will have support for HD audio, so use that unless your computer is really old. The header for this is usually on the lower left corner of the motherboard, but if you don't see it there, check your manual to locate it. Like your front panel wires from before, make sure they're completely free of obstructions, then use the cable management guides now if you have them to reduce the need for rewiring later. Find a hole close to the header, then go through it. For an ATX motherboard, you can usually get away with pulling it through this little channel here, even if your power supply will go right up against it. And that will give you a very clean look. A common mistake when plugging these in is to only plug in one row. Make sure there are no pins hanging out directly above or below your connector when you plug it in. It can only go in one way, yes, but only if all the rows are aligned first. When it's on there, pull the slack through and move on to the next one. Front panel USB is broken up into three types: USB 2.0, USB 3.0, and USB 3.2. Often used
Okay,
for
so that's
trade
where the audio
secrets.
goes.
USB 2 connectors consist of 2 rows of 4 pins, with a 5th pin on.
Okay, so it looks like audio. Wait, let me open up my motherbook. Okay, yeah, it's that one. Okay, so on the bottom left, not sure, exactly sure you guys can see it. Okay, something looks off here. Haha, it's connected. Slack down. Pull the slack down and slip it under. Okay, now what's this? Is the front panel. Oh. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna mute the mic.
Only one row to make sure you don't plug it in the wrong way around. Usually, but not always, there's a plastic shield around these on the motherboard to make sure it lines up exactly when it's plugged in, but it's usually pretty easy. And they can share this design with both serial and FireWire. Make absolutely certain that you do not plug a USB into anything that's called FireWire, FW, or 1394, because it uses a much higher voltage and will destroy USB devices plugged into it. Usually, the right headers will be labeled with USB, sometimes followed by a port number and the headers that correspond to it. But if it doesn't say or you aren't sure, consult your motherboard's manual. Follow the same procedure as front panel audio for these cables. Make sure they're free from obstruction, use the cable management guides, and find a hole close to the header for it to go through. Remember, it can only go on one way, so don't force it and mash up the pins. Pull the slack through for the cable management later and repeat as necessary.
But what about USB 3 and 3.2? These are much larger, stiffer cables, and usually you'll find their headers on the right edge of the motherboard or at the bottom edge. They're quite wide and sometimes difficult to get through cable management channels, so if you haven't been paying attention to cable management, pay attention now, because these are the worst. As before, find a hole near the USB 3 header on the motherboard and line it up, but don't connect it just yet. Listen first. USB 3 connectors are very fussy, and it's easy, even for a professional builder, to mash the pins due to the way that it's installed. The connector easily contacts the pins before it is fully aligned, and the force required to plug it in is much higher than the other connectors we've seen so far. That basically means that you won't know if it's aligned, and you won't know if you've mashed anything by feel alone. If you do manage to bend a pin, chances are it won't unbend without snapping. So very carefully line it up, and don't apply pressure until you are reasonably sure that the pins are aligned. If all goes well, it should snap or click into place, and you can breathe a sigh of relief. Unlike the other cables, this one is very stiff, so cable management should be done with a very gentle touch. If you accidentally pull it out, you'll probably end up bending all the pins in the header at the same time, and at that point, you can just say, "Goodbye, front USB 3." USB 3.2 is a lot easier, but has the annoying quality of being both very stiff and standing straight up off the motherboard most of the time. Usually these connectors will be found near the 24-pin power connector and are keyed to only go in one way. You don't have to worry about mashing pins on this one, thankfully, so you can just plug it right in, but it does have the annoying tendency to kind of rock out of place, so again, a light touch is needed for cable management. Now there are other older headers that you might come across even today, like serial, FireWire, parallel, and more. And you can think of these the same way that you think of the USB 2 or front panel audio connectors. Just make absolutely certain that you are connecting to what you think you are. Serial, for example, is often labeled COM, parallel will often be labeled LPT, and FireWire may be labeled 1394. Just keep this in mind if you're hunting around for more USB headers to plug into. Oh, a fun little aside is if you run out of internal USB 2 headers, you can actually get hubs that will expand them, since that's a thing that USB can do.
If you have any 2.5-inch or 3.5-inch drives, now's a good time to get them installed. Most modern cases have dedicated trays behind the motherboard or elsewhere for the smaller 2.5-inch type, usually with the expectation that you'll be using them with an SSD. And let's face it, you probably are. These are almost always removable with a thumb screw or something like that. Just remove the screw and slide it free to get access. Your SSD will also have fine threaded M3 holes that screw onto the bottom of the tray as well as the sides. Some trays use one set or the other, and there will be countersunk or flat screws for this purpose included with the case hardware box. Align the SSD with the holes, then screw it in place. When it's solid, go ahead and slip it back into the position by aligning the tabs and using the thumb screws to secure it. If you got more, go ahead and repeat the process. Most cases come with removable trays for 3.5-inch hard drives these days, usually clipped in with 2 tabs like this. Pinch them and slide the tray out to remove it, and like the 2.5-inch sled, it may have holes either on the sides or the bottom, depending on the manufacturer. The drive should face label up with the PCB on the bottom, and its connectors should be on the side without tabs, so that when it slides back in, they're facing the motherboard tray side of the case. Many of these will have shock-absorbing rubber grommets through which long, coarse-threaded 632 screws from the hardware box are inserted. These are the good ones. Some, however, are completely toolless, and these can be kind of annoying because you need to kind of stretch it around the hard drive to get it to clip into place. It never feels quite right. Regardless of the type, most modern 3.5-inch trays also have 2.5-inch mounting holes for SSDs too, which follow the same installation steps, unless they don't have grommets, in which case you're just going to screw it directly in like the other 2.5-inch drive sleds we mentioned earlier. Assuming that's the case, screw in the fine-threaded M3 screws from the bottom with the label up and the connectors facing the rear. Repeat these steps until all of your drives are installed.
If your case is an older design with fixed mounts, as is common with extreme budget builds, then you'll need to angle the drive into place and then line it up on the rail with the connectors facing inside of the case. Yes, it is as messy as that sounds. When you line it up, 2 mounting holes for coarse-threaded 632 screws on each side should be visible through the cutouts.
Okay, so front panel is hooked up. Now I need to do the power supply. Yay.
And while some cases give you some leeway for mounting it further forward or rearward, you're limited to these holes. A lot of people neglect the screws on the other side, but you're not like them, are you? You're not one of those. No, of course not. I mean, if you need to mount a 2.5-inch SSD this way, that's fine. They don't have any moving parts and they're not all that heavy, so you can even just like double-sided tape them to wherever you want if it comes to that. But heavy 3.5-inch hard drives need to be screwed in properly, at least if you want them to last for any period of time. You're probably wondering how the computer talks to these drives at this point, and that's where the data cable comes in. Serial ATA has made things dead simple, and most motherboards will come with cables for it in the box. Sometimes they'll have locking tabs on them to keep them in place. While installing them, they'll kind of clip in automatically, but to remove them, you need to press down on the clip to pull it out. Regardless as to whether or not they clip though, they're keyed in an L shape that makes it very obvious which way is the right way to insert them. Line the L on the cable up with the L on the drive and just plug it in, making sure it's flush with the drive. Then route the cable through to your motherboard. Sounds simple, but these are stiff cables that are tough to cable manage, so you may need to get a little bit creative when hiding them, especially if the corresponding connector on your motherboard isn't facing the edge like this and instead sticks up like this. Like the USB 3 connector, you'll want to be careful while cable managing these. If you accidentally overdo it, you can break off the L block on the drive, rendering it useless unless you've got some pretty mad soldering skills. I mean, I guess it's not that difficult, but you don't want to do it. Anyway, go ahead and connect the other end of the cable to the drive now. You should check with your motherboard manual which port you're plugging into, because some may actually share bandwidth with PCI Express devices, especially M.2 drives. So you may either get worse performance or completely lose the ability to use these ports in those circumstances. It's worth mentioning that you'll sometimes get serial ATA cables with right angle ends and some with straight ends. What gives with that? Well, right angle is usually cleaner for hanging off the back of a hard drive that's installed in a removable tray like this, while straight cables are almost a necessity for 2.5-inch SSDs mounted on a dedicated tray behind the motherboard or anywhere else they mount flush with the case. They're way cleaner this way, and depending on the orientation, it may not even be possible to connect a right angle connector on one of these drives, so saving the straight ones for flush fitting drives is a good idea. What's that other connector for though? Power. We'll get to that soon, but first...
This is an excellent time to wire up any case fans you might have, and for builds with liquid coolers, this is where those come in. If you're going to use a fan controller, then you should find a centrally accessible place for it to go. Usually they'll come with an adhesive backing, so you can just find your own spot for it and hook it there. Just don't cover up any holes or cable management holes if you can help it. We'll deal with the power for that later. For now, let's get to the fans themselves. Whether you're replacing existing fans or installing new ones, you'll need to pay close attention to the direction the fan will blow. Some people prefer a balanced approach to airflow, with equal number of fans pulling air in then pushing it out, while others prefer to have more fans facing in, resulting in a slightly positive pressure environment inside of the case. Combined with filtered intakes, this can help control dust and debris. The opposite, negative pressure, is not recommended. Regardless, you want to have a direct path for air to travel, with fresh air being pulled over your hottest components. So ideally drawing air at the front and bottom and exhausting it from the top and rear. Also make sure you don't have any intake and exhausts on the same side.
How you install the fan will be determined by what the fan is going to do. If the fan is strictly for case airflow, then it's as simple as lining it up with the correct set of holes in the location you want it, and screwing it in with these Chungus fan screws, or little rubber doodads like these ones. Be sure to keep the fan's cabling clear of the blades and chassis while you do this, and it's optimal to have the fan cable sticking out of the corner closest to the fan header that you expect to use it with, usually towards the back panel. It helps to not tighten down all the screws until they're all at least a little bit in, and you'll want to do opposing corners first to stabilize it so that it doesn't slip around on you while you torque in the screws. Some cheaper cases, by the way, might warp while you do this, leading to the unfortunate situation where your fan blades will brush against the chassis, which is both irritating and not great for airflow. You can try to bend out the metal, but the best solution in this case is to undo the screws a little bit, or better yet, find something to use as a spacer. Rinse and repeat for every fan you need to install. If these fans are part of a liquid cooling setup, then your radiator is going to go in now. And you can put away those Chungus fan screws in favor of slimmer, but potentially even more Chungus screws. Where the radiator goes is up to you. Some people like to have it exhaust air out the top of their chassis, while others like to have it pull cool air through the front. But at the end of the day, you're probably going to put it wherever it fits best, which is usually in the top of the case. Now, from a performance standpoint, it doesn't really matter whether your fans pull air through the fins or push air through the fins. But what it does affect is maintenance. I always recommend installing fans in a pull configuration that allows easy access to the radiator to clear off dust. For aesthetics, you may decide to take a different path, but just remember that in 2 years, when you're taking your whole cooler apart so you can get the cat hair out of it, I freaking told you.
Another important consideration is that AIO coolers are quieter and last longer if the combination pump and cold plate is below the area where the tubes connect to the radiator. You want to make sure that any air that might be trapped in there rises to the top, and that top is not your pump. This isn't as much of an issue for custom loops because the pump is usually going to end up at the bottom of the case anyway. But if you didn't know this, now you do. Put your pump down low. Lining up the radiator with fans on the outside is a major pain in the butt, which is why some fans like Arctic's Bionics can daisy chain together with a bridge connector, which helps hold them in place. Regardless, you want all of your cables to be clear of the fans and the radiator. Pinching them here and having to redo the whole thing sucks. Line everything up like so, and then use these long screws to secure each corner, then the other, and then each corner of the fan until you've got them all secure. If you're lucky, your case will let you detach the radiator mount and make it so much easier by just doing the whole thing on a bench and dealing with the completed assembly after. It gets much more awkward with the front panel mount, where you need to basically hold the radiator and fan together like this and screw them in one at a time so they don't just fall around everywhere. Again, if your case lets you remove this bracket, your life will be so much easier.
Another key benefit to a pull configuration is that it usually allows you to screw all the fans into the radiator ahead of
Okay. Well, I got my motherboard's power supply in. I gotta figure out what goes into the CPU. Should say my motherboard. Sorry. I left it right here. Silly me. Not the John's. So I have a fully modular power supply here. Did I just like plug it in? Okay. Take out all the power supply cables. Yeah, I found cables that say CPU on it. DP DM PSU. This one just says CPU. All right, stand up. Right now, I'm trying to wire up my CPU to the power supply. Holy cow, the reach of this thing needs to go far. Doesn't make sense how far it needs to reach. I just realized I had the wrong cable plugged in. Here, I'll show you. Unzip it. So this is the CMPSU. Notice how this one says CPU. Oh, fuck. Okay, round 2 again with the CPU. That pretty well. Oh, sorry, I keep bumping into my microphone. Okay, that was a lot of work. A lot of work.
Of time, then mount the radiator to the case using these little screws. Now we're not going to revisit cooler and thermal compound application at this time. Please go back and refer to that section from earlier if you need to, and don't forget to check your manual, as many all-in-one coolers have their own little installation quirks. Like, for example, the inclusion of a dedicated pump power plug, or an extra USB connection for controlling RGB lighting, or even a little built-in screen, or an integrated fan splitter that's controlled by the AIO through software. I'd recommend using that, by the way, if you've got it, because it'll let your pump and your fans work together when they need to cool your CPU during a heavy gaming session. Now let's power up the rest of our fans. If you want them to be controlled by the motherboard, you'll either need to plug them into a fan hub that is plugged into your motherboard, some cases include these by the way, or directly into the motherboard itself, either individually into their own headers or using splitters. Now depending on how many fans you have, you may run out of fan headers on.
Now, step 12, power supply. If you're counting, this has been many more steps than 12, and you're probably sick of wearing that anti-static strap. Well, good news. It's time to get the power supply in to ground the whole dang computer.
If you've been following along, your power supply is already out of its box and connected to the wall. Go ahead and disconnect it now. Turn your case around and look at the power supply cutout. Are there thumb screws? If so, remove those to free the back plate. This plate and plates like it sometimes make it a little bit easier to install later. The orientation of the power supply determines which screw holes you'll end up using, and the ideal is to have the fan facing downward, pulling air up through a filtered intake at the bottom of your case. If there is not an intake there, you'll want to mount it fan up unless you want to starve it for airflow, and spoiler alert, you do not want to starve it for airflow. Begin plugging in your power supply cables if you've got a modular unit now. The end for the power supply will usually have a PSU marking to tell you where it goes. First, grab the power connectors for your GPU if you haven't already. It'll be some combination of 1 to 3 6-pin or 8-pin connectors, or it might be one of those newfangled NVIDIA 12-pin or ATX 12-volt high power connectors. In which case, you'll need to grab the adapter bundled with your GPU if your power supply doesn't have one in the box. Just be careful when you're identifying those 12-volt high power connectors. Some can handle more wattage than others, and the labels can be small and hard to read. If you're still not sure, well, there's still that adapter to convert your older style cables in your GPU's box. Speaking of, it's worth noting that these daisy chain connectors and 6+2-pin connectors aren't inherently evil. But it's preferred to use individual cables with actual dedicated conductors for each pin if possible. Once you're satisfied with your choices, clip them into place, making sure they're fully seated, and route the cable somewhere accessible for now. It's time to install the PSU itself.
If you've got a backplate, go ahead and attach it to your power supply now using coarse-threaded 632 screws. Most of these backplates are going to have enough clearance to put in all 4 screws, but if your switch gets in the way, for example, don't stress, you can put in 3 screws, it's going to be okay. Once it's secure, feed the wires through the power supply mount on your case and slide the power supply into position. It's at this point that you'll want to connect your 12-volt CPU cables to your power supply if you've got a modular unit. Next, if you've got a backplate, all you need to do now is tighten the thumb screws. But if you're raw dogging it, this is where you'll screw the power supply into the back of your case. Pay attention to which of the mounting holes on the case have screw threading from the power supply behind them though. It is very easy to make the mistake of accidentally screwing into one of the honeycomb-shaped holes that are for ventilation on the back of the power supply. That is not actually secure. If you don't have a modular power supply, handling the 12-volt CPU cables will be a little trickier at this stage, but if you've got small hands or a high pain threshold, you can make it work.
Now, step 12,
I
power
kinda
supply.
rewatch this.
If you're counting, this has been many, many more steps than 12, and you're probably
Does-
sick of wearing that anti-static strap. Well, good news.
I
It's
plugged
time
in
to
the
get the power
CPU,
supply
but for
in
some
to
reason there's
ground
an
the
area
whole
right next to
dang
the
computer.
CPU of just like
If
4
you've been
slots.
following along, your power supply is already out of its box and connected to the wall. Go ahead and disconnect it now. Turn your case around and look at the power supply cutout. Are there thumb screws? If so, remove those to free the back plate. This plate and plates like it sometimes make it a little bit easier to install later. The orientation of the power supply determines which screw holes you'll end up using, and the ideal is to have the fan facing downward, pulling air up through a filtered intake at the bottom of your case. If there is not an intake there, you'll want to mount it fan up unless you want to starve it for airflow, and spoiler alert, you do not want to starve it for airflow. Begin plugging in your power supply cables if you've got a modular unit now. The end for the power supply will usually have a PSU marking to tell you where it goes. First, grab the power connectors for your GPU if you haven't already. It'll be some combination of 1 to 3 6-pin or 8-pin connectors, or it might be one of those newfangled NVIDIA 12-pin or ATX 12-volt high power connectors. In which case, you'll need to grab the adapter bundled with your GPU if your power supply doesn't have one in the box. Just be careful when you're identifying those 12-volt high power connectors. Some can handle more wattage than others, and the labels can be small and hard to read. If you're still not sure, well, there's still that adapter to convert your older style cables in your GPU's box. Speaking of, it's worth noting that these daisy chain connectors and 6+2-pin connectors aren't inherently evil. But it's preferred to use individual cables with actual dedicated conductors for each pin if possible. Once you're satisfied with your choices, clip them into place, making sure they're fully seated, and route the cable somewhere accessible for now. It's time to install the PSU itself.
If you've got a backplate, go ahead and attach it to your power supply now using coarse-threaded 632 screws. Most of these backplates are going to have enough clearance to put in all 4 screws, but if your switch gets in the way, for example, don't stress, you can put in 3 screws, it's going to be okay. Once it's secure, feed the wires through the power supply mount on your case and slide the power supply into position. It's at this point that you'll want to connect your 12-volt CPU cables to your power supply if you've got a modular unit. Next, if you've got a backplate, all you need to do now is tighten the thumb screws. But if you're raw dogging it, this is where you'll screw the power supply into the back of your case. Pay attention to which of the mounting holes on the case have screw threading from the power supply behind them though. It is very easy to make the mistake of accidentally screwing into one of the honeycomb-shaped holes that are for ventilation on the back of the power supply. That is not actually secure. If you don't have a modular power supply, handling the 12-volt CPU cables will be a little trickier at this stage, but if you've got small hands or a high pain threshold, you can make it work. Line up the tabs and click them into place. Make sure that they're in there before moving on, by the way, because if you really can't get in there, there is no shame in pulling off your CPU heatsink temporarily now and putting it back on when you're done. At this point, the instructions are the same between modular and non-modular power supplies. It's time for your 24-pin ATX connector. Separate that cable from the others and fish the cable out through the nearest cable management hole to your motherboard's 24-pin connector. From here, it's just like before. Line up the tabs and press it in until it clicks. With that done, you can use the peripheral cables to wire up power to any drives or fan controllers you have installed in your system. Usually, these have just enough spacing between the connectors to line up neatly with hard drives stacked in a bay like this. Plugging these power cables in is the same as plugging in the SATA data cable. Just line up the little L shape and press it into place. These ones usually don't have locking connectors though, so make sure it's on straight before moving on. This will also tell you if you've accidentally half connected it upside down, which is a thing that you can do.
Even today, you'll need to occasionally install these Molex connectors instead of SATA power connectors. And they're a bit of a pain because of how big they are, but on the bright side, they're really difficult to install wrong. You can also use them for just 12 volts and 5 volts to connect up to your projects if you really want to. They have a beveled edge on one side, and they fit quite snugly. So much so that they'll sometimes push the pins out of things like fan adapters. If this happens, slip the pin back into place. It should just clip in there, then try again. Just be patient and line it up correctly. Finally, your power supply might have come with a button like this one. This is usually for hybrid fan control. In the out position, the fan will only power up while load or heat levels are high enough. While in the in position, the fan will just always be on. There's little reason to have it in the in position, unless you're counting on your PSU contributing as a case fan. So just leave it out for lower noise levels. But wait, did I say finally? There's still something we haven't plugged in yet. The GPU! If you're lucky enough to have one, that is. Prices are still on the moon as of early 2024, but if you follow our guide for buying one used, even if you have a skinny wallet, you should be able to get something decent.
First, you need to figure out which slot you should use. For ITX motherboards, this is going to be obvious. The slot. The one you get. But things get a little murkier the larger you go. As a rule of thumb, the topmost slot is usually the best. It's almost always connected directly to the CPU for maximum bandwidth. And you'll often see this pointed out in your motherboard's manual as well. Once you've determined the right slot, you'll need to remove the corresponding slot covers, usually by simply removing the screws that hold them in place. But on some cheaper cases, you'll need to break them off instead. And if so, be careful. It's simple enough to do. You can push it down with a screwdriver and then finish the job with your fingers. But if you're too aggressive, you could slip, and when it finally snaps off, that's a bad time. I've gotten bit by cheap cases before, and there was a mess for a while. Be patient and just use a gentle up and down motion. Don't twist, push, or pull. It'll come free before long. Just fatigue the metal and it'll just come right off. Now that the covers are gone, make sure the tab at the end of the slot is pushed back if there is one, then line up the card with the slot and press it in. It should slide in relatively easily, and the clip at the back will snap shut once it's all the way in. Next, line up the GPU's bracket with the holes on the case that used to hold in those slot covers, and use the screws you either removed previously or retrieved from your accessories bundle to secure it into place. A coarse-threaded 632 screw is usually the right one for the job here if you're not too sure, but some cases are a little bit different. If you have a multi-slot GPU and you find yourself with only one screw for some reason, put it on any other slot than the top one for best results. You still have all your screws though, right?
By the way, this is the GPU section, but what you just did should work with any PCI Express expansion card. Unlike most cards, some big GPUs might sag a bit even after you've secured them into place, and some cards even come with adjustable anti-sag brackets or spacers that you can sit on the bottom of your chassis. This isn't strictly necessary, but it just keeps everything looking nice and reduces the risk that something will break if you move your PC. Just slip it into place and slide the bracket.
I have no idea what this thing is. Never seen that board before in my life. Okay. Video I got left. Alright, I think. Oh yeah, right, the fan. AIL cooler. The AIO. It's good to watch. I learned in school it's good to get like different on like, where's my keyboard? So there's got to be other people who also. Oh, Austin Evans did one. But his is 2 hours long.
It's pretty straightforward. I have two components that use Molex.
Like what?
One of them is a PCI USB 3 card, and it gives
so
power.
12 years old, got it.
And my Wi-Fi Bluetooth card.
That needs Molex?
For power.
So Matt has some ancient components that have not been touched since the year 2000.
Wi-Fi 6!
What we will need, though, is SATA. So let me show you. So this is a little lead. So you see from the power supply, we have 4 SATA ports. So what you'll see, if you look closely, there's a notch on one side. So this sort of long, skinny connector, and it sort of like notches down on the end. Says, as always, going to mean it only goes in one way. Now, SATA, while it's not ultra common, you don't need this on every single system. You're probably going to need it. I'm going to go ahead and install these fans with lots and lots of little screws, and I'll be right back. Now it is time to install our motherboard. So it's always good to put your PC down flat on the table. And it's pretty straightforward. The only thing that might be a little different based on what kind of motherboard you have is going to be the I/O shield. So for this board, the I/O shield is already integrated, so I don't have to do anything. If you have mostly like an older or cheaper motherboard, what you do is this will be like a separate plate. And what you would do is you would just line it up and snap it in right here. We're going to have some helpful B-roll from my 2019 tutorial to show you how to do that right now. See? Look how easy that is. So this is an ATX motherboard. And because this is an ATX chassis, all of my standoffs are already in place. So you see that all of these little silver, or sometimes they're gold, they're made of brass. These are all installed here. If they're not installed, you will get a little tool. So Lee and Lee are very helpful. They give you a nice little case screw holder, which will also have some of these additional standoffs. So remember in the earlier part of the video where I was explaining sort of the different sizes of motherboards? Because this is designed for ATX, I could install ATX. I could also move these screws up here and do a micro, or I could even do a mini ATX if I wanted a very small little motherboard. What you do is you take your motherboard, again, you just want to generally hold it a little bit more by the corners, especially because it's very sharp on the bottom with lots of little pokey bits. You're going to want to line it up. First of all, you're going to use the I/O shield because that's usually going to help to kind of get you in the right sort of ballpark. Some cases will have a little centering peg, usually right here. This one doesn't, but that'll help to kind of like center the whole thing up. So at this point, before you would even think about putting a screw in, not only make sure that all of your screw holes are lined up, so you can see that I'm very slightly off, so I'm just going to pull it in a little bit on the top. And then as well as take a look at your I/O shield. Especially if you're installing the metal I/O shield yourself, it's not built in. It's really easy for the ports to either get sort of caught by maybe like a cable, like your fan cable, or the I/O shield will have like these little metal pins to help kind of like center it. If anything is blocking any of these ports, now's the time to fix it, because trust me when I say, if you build your whole system, you turn it on, you go plug your USB in, and you realize that there's a little piece of metal blocking your USB port, it sucks because you pretty much have to tear your entire PC apart. Once you've done that, then you can just massage it into place. Sometimes just put a little bit of force just to make sure it's centered, and then we can start screwing it in with our included case screws. So now you want to go into the box or the bag of hardware that your case came with and find these little screws. Now if you're unsure of which screw to use, take a look. There's usually a little instruction manual, maybe it's online. It will tell you what kinds of screws you're looking for. It's the little guy with the, like, it looks like a washer on the bottom of it.
I think it's called a truss.
A what?
A truss screw?
A truss. Okay, I've built PCs for many years. I have never known a name for the screw besides the little duder. Now, the only slight downside here, because I've already installed these fans, it's gonna be a little hard to get to this one on the corner, so I'm gonna start with that one to make sure that we can get it all centered up. Now, when you're doing these screws, do not do them very tight, at least to start. So just get them started, make sure that it's in there, and then that next, like, second and third screws, that's where you're really gonna wanna, like, square the board up. Even with a motherboard that has, like, a little centering pen that a lot of, like, cases will come with to kind of keep it lined up. Like, right now, it's very close, but it's ever so slightly off. So I know that before I put that next screw in, I'm gonna have to just give it a little bit of pressure to make sure it's lined up. Take your time, no big rush, all good. We're gonna go ahead and go to the opposite corner. So I started on the bottom right, so I'm gonna go to the top left. Again, I'm not doing it super tight, just enough to kind of keep it in place. I will start tightening things up in just a second once I know that everything is very, very square. So I'm gonna do this top corner now because that one looks like it's a little bit off. So this one, even though it's a slightly bit off, I think as I screw it in, it's gonna help center the board. Yeah, there we go. So at this point, all you gotta do is continue to go around, make sure, especially when it comes to the motherboard, use all of the screws. Yes, technically it will hold if you do like 4 or 5 screws, but I will tell you that graphics cards are heavy and you don't want it to fall out and collapse all over the place. So make sure to screw it in, not like ultra tight, because I will say that if you do it like super, super tight, it's easy to actually strip these screws. So when you go to take out the motherboard later for any reason, it'll get stuck to the standoff. So don't go like crazy mode or anything, but just make sure nice and tight. And you've gone all the way around. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I count 7? It's 9.
Ooh, I was also wrong. That screw is called the main board fixed screw.
A main board fixed screw, that's what it's called?
Yes. I'm more confident.
How am I learning this for the first time in my life?
Maybe we should have Alex do the tutorial.
Alex, do you want to take over?
He seems to know more.
No. It's really fun, trust me. Especially if you do like 10, 11 of these things, it's great. It's really fun.
I did do like 4 when you were gone.
You did. You actually taught everyone in the office how to build a PC. So now our motherboard is installed, and with a lot of great confidence, it's time to flip our case over and watch our motherboard not fall out. My favorite part. There are a bunch of cables in the back, including a hard drive adapter. I was going to take this out anyway. I did that on purpose. Hilarious timing for me to make a little extra space in the back. This is not a bit for the video. You should actually take your hard drive adapters out if you're not using them. That was a really loud clunk.
Oh, nothing's going to fall out of here. Clunk.
No, but look. Motherboard is motherboarding. Lovely and delightful up front. Look at that. Doesn't this look like a 64% complete computer to you?
Yeah, maybe like 63.
There we go. This is a 3.5-inch drive bay. So if you're using a hard drive, you're going to be using one of these guys. Now, as you can see, it's optional because most people don't use these anymore. So I actually have 2 in the back. I actually did mean to take one out. I just forgot that I didn't fully pull it out. So because we're using one hard drive, we're going to do that. But essentially, good rule of thumb, you want to take this kind of stuff out because it'll give you more space. It'll give you more space to do cable management, tuck extra cables if you don't have a modular power supply. It's actually nice to basically clear anything out that you're not going to use. Just keep all of this kind of stuff, your hardware, all that kind of stuff somewhere handy. So if you ever do want to add an extra hard drive, you can just throw it in this guy and put it in. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. A lot of my cable management, plugging in cables and whatnot, is going to happen later. However, there are some cables that I like to plug in now. So as you can see, especially with a case like this, where it's all wide open, I have a lot of room to run cables back through here. There's a lot of space, super easy. First of
I installed the radiator fans backwards. So when I initially installed it, it was the right way. Then when I tried to flip it upright, it was backwards. Wait, maybe let's see if I can daisy chain. Alright, put on our big boy pants on, then keep working.
First of all, a lot of cases don't give you that much space, so that's a thing. I'm gonna go ahead and install these fans with lots and lots of little screws, and I'll be right back. Now it is time to install our motherboard. So it's always good to put your PC down flat on the table, and it's pretty straightforward. The only thing that might be a little different based on what kind of motherboard you have is going to be the I/O shield. So for this board, the I/O shield is already integrated, so I don't have to do anything. If you have mostly like an older or cheaper motherboard, what you do is this will be like a separate plate, and what you would do is you would just line it up and snap it in right here. We're gonna have some helpful B-roll from my 2019 tutorial to show you how to do that right now. See? Look how easy that is. So this is an ATX motherboard, and because this is an ATX chassis, all of my standoffs are already in place. So you see that all of these little silver, or sometimes they're gold, they're made of brass. These are all installed here. If they're not installed, you will get a little tool. So Lee and Lee are very helpful. They give you a nice little case screw holder, which will also have some of these additional standoffs. So remember in the earlier part of the video where I was explaining sort of the different sizes of motherboards? Because this is designed for ATX, I could install ATX. I could also move these screws up here and do a micro, or I could even do a mini ATX if I wanted a very small little motherboard. What you do is you take your motherboard, again, you just want to generally hold it a little bit more by the corners, especially because it's very sharp on the bottom with lots of little pokey bits. You're going to want to line it up. First of all, you're going to use the I/O shield because that's usually going to help to kind of get you in the right sort of ballpark. Some cases will have a little centering peg, usually right here. This one doesn't, but that'll help to kind of like center the whole thing up. So at this point, before you would even think about putting a screw in, not only make sure that all of your screw holes are lined up, so you can see that I'm very slightly off, so I'm just going to pull it in a little bit on the top, and then as well as take a look at your I/O shield. Especially if you're installing the metal I/O shield yourself, it's not built in. It's really easy for the ports to either get sort of caught by maybe like a cable, like your fan cable, or the I/O shield will have like these little metal pins to help kind of like center it. If anything is blocking any of these ports, now's the time to fix it, because trust me when I say, if you build your whole system, you turn it on, you go plug your USB in, and you realize that there's a little piece of metal blocking your USB port, it sucks because you pretty much have to tear your entire PC apart. Once you've done that, then you can just massage it into place. Sometimes just put a little bit of force just to make sure it's centered, and then we can start screwing it in with our included case screws. So now you want to go into the box or the bag of hardware that your case came with and find these little screws. Now if you're unsure of which screw to use, take a look. There's usually a little instruction manual, maybe it's online. It will tell you what kinds of screws you're looking for. It's the little guy with the, like, it looks like a washer on the bottom of it.
I think it's called a truss.
A what?
A truss screw?
A truss. Okay, I've built PCs for many years. I have never known a name for the screw besides the little duder. Now, the only slight downside here, because I've already installed these fans, it's going to be a little hard to get to this one on the corner, so I'm going to start with that one to make sure that we can get it all centered up. Now, when you're doing these screws, do not do them very tight, at least to start. So just get them started, make sure that it's in there, and then that next, like, second and third screws, that's where you're really going to want to, like, square the board up. Even with a motherboard that has like a little centering pin that a lot of like cases will come with to kind of keep it lined up. Like right now, it's very close, but it's ever so slightly off. So I know that before I put that next screw in, I'm gonna have to just give it a little bit of pressure to make sure it's lined up. Take your time, no big rush, all good. We're gonna go ahead and go to the opposite corner. So I started on the bottom right, so I'm gonna go to the top left. Again, I'm not doing it super tight, just enough to kind of keep it in place. I will start tightening things up in just a second once I know that everything is very, very square. So I'm gonna do this top corner now because that one looks like it's a little bit off. So this one is a slightly bit off. I think as I screw it in, it's gonna help center the board. Yeah, there we go. So at this point, all you gotta do is continue to go around, make sure, especially when it comes to the motherboard, use all of the screws. Yes, technically it will hold if you do like 4 or 5 screws, but I will tell you that graphics cards are heavy and you don't want it to fall out and collapse all over the place. So make sure to screw it in, not like ultra tight, because I will say that if you do it like super, super tight, it's easy to actually strip these screws. So when you go to take out the motherboard later for any reason, it'll get stuck to the standoff. So don't go like crazy mode or anything, but just make sure nice and tight. And you've gone all the way around. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I count 7? It's 9.
Ooh, I was also wrong. That screw is called the main board fixed screw.
A main board fixed screw, that's what it's called?
Yes. I'm more confident.
How am I learning this for the first time in my life?
Maybe we should have Alex do the tutorial.
Alex, do you want to take over?
He seems to know more.
No.
It's really fun, trust me. Especially if you do like 10, 11 of these things, it's great. It's really fun.
I did do like 4 when you were gone.
You did. You actually taught everyone in the office how to build a PC. So now our motherboard is installed, And with a lot of great confidence, it's time to flip our case over and watch our motherboard not fall out. My favorite part. There are a bunch of cables in the back, including a hard drive adapter. I was going to take this out anyway. I did that on purpose. Hilarious timing for me to make a little extra space in the back. This is not a bit for the video. You should actually take your hard drive adapters out if you're not using them. That was a really loud clunk.
Oh, nothing's going to fall out of here.
Clunk. No, but look. Motherboard is motherboarding. Lovely and delightful up front. Look at that. Doesn't this look like a 64% complete computer to you?
Yeah, maybe like 63.
There we go. This is a 3.5-inch drive bay. So if you're using a hard drive, you're going to be using one of these guys. Now, as you can see, it's optional because most people don't use these anymore. So I actually have two in the back. I actually did mean to take one out. I just forgot that I hadn't fully pull it out. So because we're using one hard drive, we're going to do that. But essentially, good rule of thumb, you want to take this kind of stuff out because it'll give you more space. It'll give you more space to do cable management, tuck extra cables if you don't have a modular power supply. It's actually nice to basically clear anything out that you're not going to use. Just keep all of this kind of stuff, your hardware, all that kind of stuff somewhere handy. So if you ever do want to add an extra hard drive, you can just throw it in this guy and put it in. I'll show you how to do that in a minute. A lot of my cable management, plugging in cables and whatnot, is going to happen later. However, there are some cables that I like to plug in now. So as you can see, especially with a case like this, where it's all wide open, I have a lot of room to run cables back through here. There's a lot of space, super easy. First of all, a lot of cases don't give you that much space, so that's a thing. But on top of that, as you install more and more components, it gets much more difficult to reach certain things. So this is a good point where I like to go and plug in some of the things I have to do, and I also want to have the most amount of access to. So, shall we begin the Austin's Plug-O-Rama Corner? Austin's Plug-O-Rama Corner is here. Let me start running through things that you should plug in before we continue along with our build. First cable I'm going to look for is our 20+4 pin. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap that around. So for this, I'm going to run it right here. So you see we have these rubber grommets, and this is going to be all over the case. It's pretty normal in most cases, where you're going to have a nice little way to hide your cable here. Remember the little connector on the side of the board? This is our main power. This is only going to go in one way because it does have this sort of little clip on the end. So all I got to do is rotate this around, trying to keep the cable roughly lined up as much as possible. Then line it up until you hear the click. Boom. And then we're just going to tuck that cable so it's a somewhat neat looking bend. This is more so for aesthetics. That looks a little goofy, but I mean, there's only so much we can do. Next up, let's find our CPU power. For the purposes of this tutorial, I plugged in all of my connectors from the motherboard because I want to explain each and every one of these. I'm going to only be using some of these. I'm going to remove them because they're ugly and silly, but I'm going to show you how to do it. So your CPU power is always going to be on the top of the board. Now I actually have two choices here. I could run it through this grommet, but because I moved the motherboard down, I'm actually going to run it below. I think I've got the space, and I do. The CPU connector is technically 2 4-pins, so I can actually break this apart and show you. If you're using a really old motherboard, you actually sometimes only need a single 4-pin. That's pretty rare though. Almost all PCs at this point are going to at least need an 8-pin, and this actually needs 2 8-pins. So this has a little clip on the top, so again, it's only going to go in one way. So I'm going to rotate it around and line it up, and again, it should click, and there you go. And because this is a relatively high-end power supply, I do have a second 8-pin, which I will pull across here and do the exact same thing with. So you just feed it through. So rotate my cable around, plug the second one in, and again, I'm going to pull that cable so that it looks something kind of neat like that, right? What I'm not doing right now is zip tying anything or tying anything down.
Like
I'm just trying to run the cables where they need to go and through the most sort of convenient sort of outlet that I can, right? Do not zip tie anything until your PC is done, all right? But if you can run it in a nice sort of clean way, it takes you 2 extra seconds and it makes it much easier, because otherwise you're gonna test your system and go, cool, and then you gotta unplug half the stuff and try to run it nice and neat. Like, this takes no time, very, very simple. So for now, we're going to leave the rest of our power supply cables off to the side. We do not need to plug these in just yet. And instead, we're going to move over to our case cables. Case cable sounds like a weird way to say that, but if you look around back here, in fact, I'll just rotate and show you. There are all kind of cables that are attached directly to your case. So attached to the case, we're going to have things such as our USB 3.0 connector. That is going to be powering the USB ports on the front of the case, as well as we have our USB-C. We have our front panel connector, as well as our audio. All of these are going to need to be plugged directly into the motherboard. And again, all the stuff in the case really is going to be for things such as your power button, your USB ports, your audio jacks, that kind of stuff. Again, I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. This case, while it has some sort of negatives as far as complication, there's a lot of space, so it makes it really easy. A lot of systems, especially when you start loading it up, it's really hard to reach some of these connectors. So doing it in sort of the most optimal order definitely helps. And this is a perfect time to plug a lot of this stuff in while we have nice and sort of plenty of access, and before we've installed a giant GPU that just gets all up in our way. So I'm going to start with my USB-C connector. So we're going to route that right underneath our 20+4 pin. This is going to be slightly different on every motherboard, so that's why it's nice. We have all the space to run cables. So I'm going to run it right through here. Keep in mind that, again, it is not completely symmetrical. So once you're mostly confident that you've got it ready, you just line it up. There's not going to be anything that's going to keep you. Actually, here, I'll show you how to do it wrong first, right? So if I try to do it wrong, watch what happens. It just doesn't go in, right? See? Doesn't do anything. So if it does that, flip it over, does the opposite direction, till it clicks, boom. Very simple. You're not going to mess this one up, if I'm honest with you. I mean, no, wait, let me rephrase that. You're probably not going to mess this one up. It's pretty straightforward. So once that's firmly seated, we're going to then move on to our USB 3.0. Now, this board has the two USB 3.0s. So it has one here and one here. I'm going to do the one on the side because I think that's going to be a little bit of a neater cable run. Before you install your USB 3.0 connector, keep in mind, this has a notch, so it only goes in one way. Do not force this one if you've accidentally got it upside down, right? That should be pretty self-explanatory. But as you install it, try to do it very much sort of like square. Don't kind of like push it on one side or the other, whatever, because again, these connectors are kind of fragile. I've broken several of them over the years. I don't like the design of it. So you'll see here, we've got our notch up. So the notch is corresponding here. So we're double checking that. So when you line it up, make sure that it is as even as possible before you apply any pressure, right? So we're totally lined up. And then I give it some beans. There we go. Okay, that's in. No additional pressure. Once it's in, leave it alone. I'll pull the rest of the cable aside. This, I will say, this board is actually pretty nice, so that cable feels like it went in a little bit nicer than normal. And there we go. We have our front USB 3.0 ports as well as our USB-C ready to go. Very simple, very easy. Now, this case does not have any USB 2.0 ports, but because we're using the Li & Li Unifans, it does use USB 2.0 to work with the actual little hub. So this is just a little micro USB cable that you plug into the bottom. It's actually probably more common for you to plug in some kind of like hub or accessory to your USB 2.0 versus the actual case. So regardless, these are the little guys on the bottom here. You're going to start to see that because I've already installed these fans, it's going to get in my way a little bit. Now, it's not a big deal because I have plenty of space. However, if at any point you can't reach the cable very well, it's a huge pain, don't be afraid to like pop something like this out. It's no big deal. So we're going to pull a USB 2 header from our hub out. So again, if you look at the actual connector, there's one pin knocked out, so it is only going to go in one way. And then just push it directly in, and then just tuck the excess right out of the way. Super simple, super, super easy. So our hub is now connected, or theoretically that could be any number of accessories, or even like some kind of USB 2.0 port on the front of your case. You gotta be really mindful of this because that's a big old black cable with a bunch of different colors, so I wanna make sure that is not super obvious, but it should be fine. Next up, we're going to install our front panel connectors, which is another cable that is coming from our case. As the name implies, it's front panel, stuff like your power button and whatnot. So you'll see that this is in the form of a little brick. So it looks very similar to USB 2, although you'll see it does say front panel on the front. If you're using an older case that has the individual breakout connectors, that's totally fine. It is a little bit annoying, a little bit fiddly, which is why you want to do this earlier in the process rather than later so you actually can see and plug things in. As you install these little connectors, just keep in mind that if you flip them over to the back, there's going to be a little arrow on one side, usually on the left side. That denotes the positive. So if you look at your motherboard manual, it will have a little pinout, and that will basically tell you, positive and negative for your front panel connector, or for your hard drive LED, or for your reset button, or whatever the case is. Don't worry if you mess one of these up. The worst thing that's going to happen is that your power button's not going to work, right? Flip it over, do it again, no big deal. However, the good thing is, most cases like this don't require you to do that anymore. They're just going to put it all together on this little brick. And when you see this, it is very simple. You're going to plug it in the exact same way as your USB 2 or your audio, which we're going to do in a second. So as you go to install this, you'll see that there's a pin that's missing on the top right. That's going to correspond to a pin missing on the front panel connector, which means all you got to do is line it up, and give it just a little bit of force. You don't have to push too hard. And boom, our front panels are good. And then we will, as always, tuck a little bit of that excess cable out of the way. Next up, we're going to be installing our front panel audio. So this is always going to be on the bottom left of the board. This is going to be for stuff such as your headphone jack and your microphone jack. This connector looks almost the same as the USB 2. It is just going to have a pin knocked out in a different position. So it's going to be the number 8 pin right here. You'll see that there's a corresponding pin knocked out here, all the way in. Tuck the excess, boom. We're actually making really good progress. Don't mind the massive cables on the back. We have now installed our motherboard, we've got our power supply installed, we've got our fans mostly ready to go. Now that we've got a lot of the cabling out of the way, it is the perfect time to switch gears to your CPU cooler. Now, this is a choose-your-own-adventure game, my friends. Wow, that's really uneven now that I've got it propped up. If you are using a stock cooler, something like an Intel or an AMD cooler that comes in the box, it is incredibly simple. They're slightly different based on AMD versus Intel, but you'll basically just line it up and push the little pins in. Super, super simple. However, if you're building a little bit of a higher end system, that is where you need to make your choice between air and water cooling. Now, as you probably know, we have chosen a liquid AIO for this build. However, thank you very much, Alex. If you were to go with an air cooler, I can show you how that would work as well. So the way these will normally work, and actually, you know what? Hang on, before I tell you that, check the manual for every cooler you ever install. Because I swear, they're very similar in some cases. But then they like to make it a little sneaky on you. Like, oh, by the way, what if you install the bracket upside down? Because we like to be all special and cool. So definitely refer to the manual for whatever particular cooler you're installing. But the way that CPU coolers, specifically air coolers, work is that there's going to be a little flat area on the bottom, typically with copper heat pipes. So you'll see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this particular cooler. If you would just line it up something like that, and then the CPU cooler would be able to do its thing. Usually pretty straightforward, just a couple of screws that would sort of mount up here and up here. But I'm not going to go super in depth on this because it is going to very much depend on which brand of cooler you use. Generally speaking though, CPU air coolers are, I find, much easier to install. Because as you'll see in a second, when you install an AIO, you've got a bunch of fans, you've got a radiator, you still got to mount the pump. It's not difficult, mind you, but it's definitely a little bit more involved than you can put an air cooler in 15 minutes. An AIO usually is going to take you 45 minutes. But we're going to go ahead and move into the liquid domain. Someone call Pokemon Sapphire. Kyogre's here. What? It's gonna be a water spout inside my CPU cooler.
Why do you say words?
I'm just a big fan of Drizzle. One of the best abilities.
Shut up about Pokemon, son.
That's a good one. So when it comes to installing your AIO, I will emphasize that you should follow the instruction manual on whatever cooler you are installing. Certain parts, though, are going to be pretty universal. So, for example, installing your radiator. So this is known as a 360 millimeter radiator, which is because it has 3 120 millimeter fans on it. If you're installing an AIO, odds are you're going to do a 360. Sometimes you'll do a 240, but oftentimes a 360. Now it's going to look better, but it's going to give you more performance. And the way this is going to work is just like where we installed the fans on our case. You're going to use the screws to mount it up. So you've got the same kind of idea here, and that the fans are going to be pushing air through. So because this is our exhaust, we want to make sure that the labels are facing toward us. The backs of the fans are actually up to the radiator. So we know the airflow is going in this direction. Radiators, I would say, are basically all of the time exhaust. I can't think of a mainstream radiator setup that you would use as an intake. I mean, technically, I guess you could, but they're pretty much always meant for exhaust, usually on the top of your case or in the back. So that's what we're going to be doing here. It will be mounted something like this once we're actually all done. When it comes to installing your fans to the radiator, you'll want to use the long screws because these screws will go all the way through the fan and go into the radiator. Now, they're technically the same thread as the little guys, but obviously the little guys won't go all the way through. So the little guys are much more meant for either connecting a fan directly to your case, or importantly for this, we're going to be using these in the back of the radiator to mount it to the actual bracket here. So I say that because technically the long screws, if you just kept screwing them, would actually pinch into your radiator. Once you've got your fans attached, and again, you can see that I ran all my cables on this one side so that they're all going to be coming through this cable management here. And then the actual pump needs to go on your CPU. I've already taken the liberty of installing our little bracket. Refer to your manual on whatever cooler you're using. So for this one, I'm using the stock bracket that came with the motherboard, and I just have to swap out these screws and these little spacers. So that'll be roughly what it looks like. Keep in mind that when you're using an AIO, the tubing you want to try to keep, it's not going to be straight, but you want to try to keep from kinking it too tightly. It's not the smoothest bend, but honestly, you're always going to have a little bit of pressure on these. Technically, you can sometimes like rotate it around, but I find is that if you do that, the bend looks way tighter. So I'd actually rather a little bit more of a gentle radius on this. So before we install the actual pump itself, what we're going to want to do is show you how to do thermal paste. If you see on the bottom of this, we actually already have some pre-applied thermal paste, which is this gray stuff on the actual copper sort of bottom of our pump. Now, if this is on your cooler, and honestly most coolers do have pre-applied thermal paste, it's totally fine, use it, it's all good. However, if you like maybe just a touch more performance, or if you're reinstalling this later, you don't usually want to reuse this thermal paste, let me show you how to install it. We're going to install the thermal paste not to our cooler, but to our CPU itself. Normally, this will actually come with the cooler, so either the cooler is going to have thermal paste already applied, or it's going to give you a little tube that you can apply. You obviously buy this separately, and again, there are different types of thermal paste. So thermal paste is what is going to allow your CPU to make solid contact with the cooler. Whether that be air or liquid, it doesn't matter, you're always going to want thermal paste. Now, you want to use a moderate amount of this. So old school builds, you would use like a grain of rice. That's what I told for many years. However, CPUs have gotten bigger, and most importantly, they've gotten significantly more power hungry. So what I like to do is the four corners in the middle. So what we'll do is we'll start on the top corner. We'll go 1, 2, 3, that's a little bit messy, 4, and do a little bit more in the middle, like that. So when it comes to applying your thermal paste, I like to do a little bit more rather than not quite enough. So that's why I like to do on the four corners as well as on the middle. Now, if you do extra thermal paste, that's fine. It's not gonna cause a problem. The only downside is when you go to swap out your CPU, sometimes there's a little extra that kind of gets like sort of caked around the edges and whatnot. It's not ideal, but it's not that big of a deal. However, if you don't do enough, what'll happen is everything will work fine, but you don't have that super solid sort of connection between your cooler and the CPU, and that can mean that you're running at higher temperatures, especially maybe like you got like a hot spot on one corner because it's all gooped on the bottom or whatever. So a nice even coat of thermal paste is really all you need. Let's install our cooler, my friends. So what I like to do is I like to start with the actual pump before I do the radiator. It's nice to have a little bit of extra flexibility with the tubing. So I'm just gonna kind of, again, put this generally in the right spot. This would be a great time to mention, I have not followed my own advice. There's a mess all over the table of screws I did not keep nice and organized. That's fine, I'll clean it up after, off camera.
Seems like an Alex problem.
No, I'll do it. So for this cooler, I have 4 of these little thumb screws. So you see we've got our 4 little screws already mounted. So I'm just gonna line it up here. Now one thing is once you go to install this, think about it like this. Once that thermal paste touches, you don't wanna pull it back off, right? So once I actually push it all the way down, I'm gonna use one hand to apply pressure to make sure that thermal paste is sort of staying in place. Well, as we screw it down, it'll kind of push it more and more down. Basically, if you push it down, pull it back, push it down, pull it back, that thermal paste gets all sort of separated. It's not gonna be quite as even of an application. So I'm gonna do my best. So I'm gonna line it up with 2 hands, make sure it is as even as possible on all 4 sides. Cool, and that is applied. Now I'm gonna do a little twisty action, and I'm going to start using my thumb screws. Now, if you have listened to me in this tutorial, the most important thing is you should use the cross pattern here. Most everywhere else I told you to use the cross pattern is nice. This you have to do, because if you do, say, top 2 first, what you're gonna do is you're gonna put all the torque on the top of that cooler. It is not gonna make an even connection. So please do this on a cross pattern. So I've done the top left. I'm now gonna do the bottom right. You don't have to do this super tight. Don't worry about that. Just make sure that it is sort of just like very loosely finger tight. Once you got the first 2, you can let go. It will hold. So just get them all, like I said, just sort of slight to moderate finger tight for now. You don't have to worry about it just yet. You just want to make sure that's sort of in position. And then we will get the screwdriver out, and then we will start tightening it. Don't rush this part, because one of the things we're doing here is we're sort of spreading that thermal paste out, and it's important that you want to make sure that it's a nice sort of even and very flush fit between your CPU and the cooler. You want it to be as flush as possible. With these, I'm actually going to go a little bit more on fingers before I go to the screw. Basically, get it as tight as you can with your fingers, and you use the screw to kind of like finish it off. So you can see right now, what I've done is I've gotten them all pretty much evenly finger tight. So at this point, now I can go around with the screwdriver and tighten each one all the way down. Now, if you have to do a couple rounds, that's fine. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So you don't want to go like crazy hard, but you want it to basically be about firm to the point where the screwdriver's not really moving too much. That RG logo's upside down, isn't it? It's fine. It's one of those rotatable bezels, right? Oh boy. So this in no way affects the functionality, but I gotta do that again because I don't want to look at an upside down logo. This is definitely meant to go the other direction, which means it is going to be a much tighter bend. I actually don't like that. I wish that they would have given me the option of rotating this whole thing around, because this is definitely a much sort of nicer radius to go to that side. This is where a great motto that was once taught to me many years ago of measure once, cut twice really applies. Why do it right the first time? Well, you can pretend that that was the practice run and redo it all one more time. So I'll see you tomorrow when I've flipped this whole thing around and, you know, installed it the right way, even though it's not the way I want to do it. Now that I have correctly oriented the AIO, which a lot of AIOs let you rotate it around for aesthetics, but no, apparently not with this one. Anyway, let me show you how to install the rest of this. So again, this guy is mounted, but our radiator's still loose. Before I actually bolt the radiator in, you're gonna notice we have a whole mess of cables coming not only from our fans, but also from the pump itself. So there should be 3 sets of these 4 pins, which are for the actual fans to spin. And you'll also have your little 3-pin RGB headers. So they will all go into this little breakout cable. So just like any other fan connector,
let's go.
the notch is only going to go in one way. That's one.
I didn't even know what time is it. Is it? What? Oh my. It's 2. It's 2 a.m. I didn't even realize it. Because I kept failing the power supply. Or I kept on messing up installing the power supply because the stupid bracket has a weird functionality to it. I couldn't install it correctly. And I thought I broke it and I had to fix it somehow, and I'm thankfully I did fix it. DC building. This is so much fun. Yay. I'll put on the video back again.
So we'll plug these all in together so they're all on one chain. Once I've done that, what you'll see is this breakout cable basically puts them all into a single actual fan header. Now this is nice because what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this in to my CPU fan. So basically what that means is that the motherboard itself, as the temperatures rise on your CPU, it will be able to spin all of these fans together at once. So if everything's chill and quiet, the fans are running at idle, no big deal. However, once you really start stressing the CPU and your temperatures come up, the motherboard can just volt up all 3 of the fans at the same time. So it's nice. And importantly, all of this nonsense we're just going to tuck in the back so you can't see. Now before I do tuck all that in the back, let me also do the same thing for my RGB. So this is the same kind of deal. So all 3 of these are going to go into this little dongle here. So when it comes to RGB, it's a little bit complicated. Surprise, surprise, right? So every different type of RGB you have is going to, first of all, need a different piece of software. Whether it's Razer Chroma or AuraSync from ASUS, or whatever the case is. But also, they all connect slightly differently. So for example, with this sort of set of RGB fans here, we have 3 of these 5-volt connectors. So thankfully, we do have a little breakout cable, so we can just plug them all in together and they will go into our motherboard. However, there are different standards for RGB, and sometimes you're going to need a whole hub, sometimes you can plug directly into the motherboard, sometimes you plug into a hub, which then plugs into the motherboard. As always, it's good to double check your manual to make sure that you're doing it correctly. It's fine once you get it set up, it'll look great, but I'll tell you that it is always a fiddly mess. Something like our Lian Li fans is going to be a little bit simpler because this all just goes into a hub, so you don't really have to worry about it too much. But for this, I'm going to go ahead and put all these on the breakout cable as I have with my fans. So you can see, even though this looks like a complete mess right now, all of this is going to just go into 2 different ports on the motherboard. So once we've got all these connected, we'll deal with it later. We can go ahead and mount up the actual radiator. But it's good to do this before you've got everything locked in so you have a little bit more flexibility. So to install the radiator, it's very simple. So just like with a regular fan, we're going to use the smaller screws. We're going to get one started on the top. Doesn't have to be lined up. In fact, it's probably not going to be lined up because you've got to do this with 2 hands. We're just going to do it tight enough so that the radiator doesn't fall down. And even though I'm installing this on the sort of back part of our case, this would be the same process if we were going to do it on the top. The only difference is oftentimes when you're mounting it on the top of your case, it'll actually have a little bracket that will come out. Obviously, with this, there is no bracket, but we have this little magnetic door that sort of gets out of our way. And again, like we keep talking about for this tutorial, we're going to do it in a cross pattern. So we've got the top right end, so we do the bottom left now. Because I didn't do it too tight, I can still adjust it up and down a little bit. So I'm going to give it just a little bit of space on the bottom. Now, don't do it super tight here, because we're not going to lock it in until we know that it's actually straight. So if we look at it from the front, it actually looks pretty good. Because it's a little loose, I can kind of slide up and down. And again, I like to leave just a little bit of space on the bottom before I actually start tightening it down for real. So I can run a cable down there. So I'm actually going to go ahead and tighten this screw. So we'll do it right about here. And then from this point, once you've got your radiator mostly in position, you'll just go back through. You should use all the screws. I might use 4 instead of the 12 that they give you. You just want to make sure that your radiator is nicely and firmly sort of planted into your case. Lovely. So our AIO is physically installed now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all this mess of cables, I'm going to pull it around the back. We're going to run them back forward once we're actually ready to plug it in. But I just want to start by running everything out the back so we don't have to worry about it. Now there's definitely a school of thought, which is when you're building a PC, don't care about cable management. I don't subscribe to that school of thought. Good Lord, hang on, I got it. Ow! It's not a real PC build until you've bled for the cause. So with all of my cables roughly run in position, now it is time to start plugging things in. So we're gonna start with the pump. So the pump has a 4-pin, which this is actually going to be powered for the pump itself. If you look on the top here, it will actually say pump fan, so it's pretty straightforward. And this one's already zip tied. I'm actually gonna kind of leave that alone for now. So we're gonna plug that into the pump fan header. We're also going to, if we pull, actually I've already pulled it all the way through, there's a USB header on the bottom of our pump. Again, very standard. I've got it already run down here. This is a normal USB 2.0. So just the same way we plugged in the other one. It's got that 1 pin knocked out. Ow, I hit the door.
There's a door there.
All right, and we'll plug that in too. So basically we've got this one is for the actual pump header, and this one is for the Lian Li.
I was just about to
dingle dongle. Now, if you look in the back here, you'll see that we've still got a big old mess of cables. So
I need to plug in the fans. Okay.
What I need to do is I need to plug this cable, so this is our 5-volt RGB, I need to plug this into the motherboard. Now, on this board, I do have a couple of slots, so actually I think I'm going to plug it into the bottom here. So there's one right there. So I'm just going to route this down, since if anything, I have plenty of space for this. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to route it through here. And at this point, it is, I hate to say it, but pretty straightforward. So I'm going to just plug in my fans. So it's the same deal. You rinse and repeat for however many fans you have and however many RGB controllers you have. If you do not have enough ports on your motherboard for all of your various RGB accessories, you may need a hub. It completely depends on what brand you're using, how many RGB devices, if you're running light strips, yada, yada, yada. But generally speaking, with a nice board like this, we do have at least a couple of RGB spots. So I think that will be enough for me. But I'll plug it all in and we'll see how it actually goes. Next up, we're going to be installing our hard drive. So both this as well as a 2.5-inch SSD, they install pretty much the same way. So they use the same connectors on the bottom. So you've got SATA power as well as SATA data. So I'll show that in just a second. Now, obviously, a lot of systems aren't going to use a physical hard drive, but I still find that there's a lot of value in a big, high-capacity hard drive for all kinds of random bits and bobs. So this is the cage. So this actually just came out the back right here. So this is the one that didn't fall out accidentally. This is the one I actually pulled out. And the way to install is pretty straightforward. When we look at the hard drive, you'll see that you have your SATA power, which is the longer connector here, and the SATA data, which is the smaller one here. So these are going to plug into your motherboard and power supply respectively. When you look on the bottom, you'll see that there are a bunch of little screw holes. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Based on the type of bracket, you're going to either install it on the bottom or on the side. So for this one, if I line this up here, making sure that the ports are facing out so that I can actually plug them in, it actually lines up with the grommets and the holes that are already attached on the bottom. You can screw it in on the side, on the bottom, whatever is easier. For this, it doesn't actually give me the option of doing it on the side. Totally fine. So what I'm going to do is I've already pulled out 4 of my screws. I'll say that normally you're going to want to use all the screws for a hard drive because this is a physically spinning mechanism. You don't want it to be rattling around. And you'll see that this drive caddy already has rubber grommets. So basically little bits of vibration shouldn't be sort of transferred to the rest of your system. All right, so go ahead and tighten that up. So it's 1. All right. So I'm going to line this up here. As always, just get started with one. It'll kind of hold things in position. You don't have to do it super tight. With this, it's really hard to see the holes there. It's very dark. Once you've got 2 screws in, the rest of them should be easy. Now, as I do this, I will also show you how to do a 2.5-inch SSD. So technically, you can get an adapter. So if you only have 3.5-inch drive bays, which would be weird, but if that works better for your case, you can just install a 2.5 in this, so it'll actually use those inner holes. But what you'll see here is that you have all these little holes here. So there's 1, 2, and 3 sets. So if I was going to install a 2.5-inch SSD, it would be the exact same process. I would just use the holes here and just line it up. So what you'll see is that those all come through. You just slide over to the side, so we'll actually take a nice sort of solid connection. And then what you would do is you would just run your cables around and inside. You can see that these 2.5-inch drives are very thin, so you can kind of tuck them in a lot of different areas. Some cases will have them on the back panel. You could actually technically even install them right here, so you'll see that they've got the little sort of panels. And if I'm being very honest with you, while I wouldn't just chuck a hard drive in, if you've got a little SSD, you can kind of just put it inside. It's fine. Maybe on occasions I just plugged it in and went.
At least tell them to use double-sided tape, my dude.
The only extra piece of advice I will give you is that when you're installing your hard drive, actually do the screws relatively tight. Because you're going into the rubber, you're going to have a lot of play with it, but that is just going to mean that it's going to be nice and secure. So again, those vibrations are kept away from your hard drive and your PC. Now with our hard drive installed, what we'll do is we'll just line that up with the back of our case. So our hard drive is physically installed. Next up, we need to connect it. So there's only 2 cables we're looking for. So first we're going to go to our power supply. Actually, this would be a good time for me to explain a couple of our cables that we haven't used yet. So we've got SATA here, but actually let me show you Molex really quick. We're not using this for this build, but I just want to explain this is what a Molex connector looks like. It's much more meant for legacy cables. So think some like older RGB hubs and fans and stuff may use this. Largely it's meant for like really old stuff. Like we're talking like ancient hard drives, like floppy disks, that kind of stuff. I would say the vast majority of systems don't need Molex. I'm actually going to unplug this modular cable just to give myself a little bit of space here. But if you do have, especially like a fan hub or something like that that has this derpy looking Molex connector, it just snaps directly in. It's pretty straightforward.
I have 2 components that use Molex.
Like what?
One of them is a PCI USB 3 card, and it gives
so
power.
12 years old, got it.
And my Wi-Fi Bluetooth card.
That needs Molex?
For power.
So Matt has some ancient components that have not been touched since the year 2000.
Wi-Fi 6!
What we will need, though, is SATA. So let me show you. So this is a little lead. So you see from the power supply, we have 4 SATA ports. So what you'll see, if you look closely, there's a notch on one side. So this sort of long, skinny connector, and it sort of like notches down on the end. Says, as always, going to mean it only goes in one way. Now, SATA, while it's not ultra common, you don't need this on every single system. You're probably going to need it for the most part. So now we're going to need this to power our hard drive. We also need to power our fan hub. So that is where a lot of sort of RGB accessories and whatnot and fans, they're going to use SATA for power. Sometimes you can plug them directly into the motherboard. Sometimes you have to do both. Generally speaking, if there's a SATA connector that is needed on your hub, then you better plug it in. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So if I pull that out here, you'll see that I actually have 2, which, you know what, because Lee and Lee are overachievers, I'm going to need to plug both of them in. What I like to do is, because you've got 4 on here, I like to do on the sort of the closer end ones, so the ones that are closest to the power supply. And what that means is that we can take the very end of the SATA cable and plug it into the hard drive, just so you have the maximum amount of room, so I can kind of tuck this down to the bottom. When it comes to plugging this in, all you gotta do is line it up. It's only gonna go in one way. There will be no click, but you'll see it's nice and seated. So that's 1. And we will do 1 more here, put all the way in. Cool, and now we still have 2 more, and I'm going to wrap this top one in, and I'm gonna plug it in right here. It's a little hard to see, and again, it's not gonna click. We push it into place. It's gonna be nice and seated. Cool, power is good. Next, let's do SATA data. So remember earlier when I was telling you there's all kind of cables that come with your motherboard and don't toss them? Well, this is the point where I need to figure out where I tossed them, because I don't know where I put it. So you'll see that we have 2 SATA cables that are included in the motherboard. Now, the only thing to note with these, they're going to also be notched, so they're only going to go in one way. But usually you're going to get 2 different kinds. So you'll see this is a straight cable, so they'll go in directly straight. This also comes with an angled cable. So depending on how your hard drive is set up, sometimes that angled cable is nice. You can kind of like tuck it and sort of get a nice little bend on it. Doesn't matter. For this case, I think I can use either. What I will do, though, is think a little bit about how I'm going to plug this in. So it's going to plug in directly to my port here. So I'm going to use a straight cable here, plug it in, and this will click, and then I'm going to route that through the back. And again, trying to have some semblance of cable management. And now once we've made it all the way to our hard drive, what we'll do is we'll plug it in. Now it does have a little metal connector on it, so when it goes in, you're going to hear the click, and because it has a notch, it is only going to go in one way. Remember, the data cables are the skinnier ones, the power cables are the longer ones. So I'm going to just route this right here until I hear and boom! There we go. Our hard drive is installed, or our SSD, or in this case, our hard drive, as well as our fan hub. So at this point, my friends, we're actually looking pretty good. While the back is still a little bit of a mess, that's fine. But if we rotate around to the front, let's just kind of take a quick look at where we're at. So we have CPU, we have cooler, RAM, SSD, hard drive, all of our fans installed. All that's really left at this point is to install our hardware named the graphics card. Sure. I caught myself.
You can also just redo the line.
I could also just commit to the fact that I saved it, and I'm really proud of the fact that I saved it. Alrighty, my friends, it's time for the main event, our RTX 5080. So installing almost any graphics card is the same process, except
there's extra
for these more
screws
recent NVIDIA cards, which use a different power connector. I'll explain that in a second. The
These
only
fans.
other thing to consider is just the physical size, right? Every graphics card at its core is going to go into
These
a PCI slot
fans?
right here. However,
They didn't come with any
certain
screws.
cards are larger than others. A normal Intel or an AMD or a lower end NVIDIA card, they're pretty straightforward. You just plug it in, no big deal, super simple. However, a lot of graphics cards, such as this 5080, are large, which gives you a different thing to consider. Sometimes when you put one of these GPU in, it's so big that it actually sags. So we're going to take a look at this one. But that just means that you have to have a little bit of extra thought around how you're going to support the graphics card. Remember I said that whole, like, why this is metal? Yeah, because these graphics cards are friggin' enormous. 8, 9, 10 years ago, graphics cards were much smaller, and it was much simpler to install them. But nowadays, you actually have to think about, is your graphics card so big that it's going to sag? Not only is it going to look ugly, but that actually can cause damage. Here we go, my friends. This is our... Oh, it's very tight. Wow, it's impressively tight. All right, my friends, here is our absolute chungus of a graphics card. And oh, good Lord, this...
Jeez, you can kill somebody with that thing.
Brother, what the hell are we looking at here? Okay, so as an RTX 5080, this is one of the most powerful graphics cards you can get. So do you see this right here? This is our PCI bracket. This is the size of a normal graphics card. This is all extra. This is gonna go a little something like that. It will fit. It definitely will fit. But also, we're not going to have a huge amount of space.
This one
so you
doesn't
see why
have
I
any
was telling you
screws, so
to
I
run
need
all these
to
cables ahead of time? Technically, you can do the cables at the end. I used to tell you to do the cables at the very end until graphics cards got so big that you can't see or reach anything underneath it. So while, again, don't do a whole lot of cable management. That's fine. But if you see any cables that you might want to like move around a little bit, do it maybe now versus later, because otherwise it is going to be very difficult to work around this enormous beast of a GPU. So the only thing I need to do before I install this is take out our PCI covers around the back. Even though this is huge and enormous, it only requires us to take out 2. So if you line it up, usually you're going to pick your second and your third slot. So see here that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individual PCI slot covers. The first one is pretty much always for your SSD. So if you look on the board, you'll see that this is slot number 2 technically. So if I line this up, what you'll see is that we need to take out slot number 2, as well as slot number 3. I really hope that there's a GPU support in this box, because this thing is, I think, maybe the largest GPU I've ever built with. So I'm going to unscrew these 2 screws and remove these guys. Hold on to these, you'll use these later, but we will be using these screws immediately after to install our GPU. Now there's a whole bunch of film on this guy, absolutely everywhere, as well as a bunch of port covers actually. Wow, there's a lot. They really want to keep this protected. Hang on. So, remove the bottom cover. There are also port covers on the back of the GPU, which we will be removing. You just take all these off, honestly, it's fine. And then, begin the peel, my friends. Lord, this is so much. This is... You know what, all that stuff I was saying earlier about, oh, you gotta be careful when you pick cases. This is the kind of card you need to be careful of. It is so unbelievably huge that a lot of normal cases just simply wouldn't fit it. Uh-oh, what do we have here? Yeah, okay, oh, interesting. So before we install our SSD, we thankfully do have a little support, which I'm not sure is gonna be massively useful, to be honest, but we'll take a look at that in a second. So when it comes to powering your graphics card, there are 2 different ways you can connect things. So if you're using an AMD, an Intel, or an older NVIDIA GPU, you will be using our 6+2 pin connectors. These have been around for a very long time, so you can see there's a 6, or if you want to, you can put them together. Most of the time you're gonna use it together as an 8-pin. This works great. If your graphics card has this, no problem at all. However, if you're using an RTX 40 or RTX 50 series, then instead, you're going to be needing one of these little guys. So this is a 16-pin power connector. It looks like it's 12, but there's also 4 additional pins on the bottom. This is a newer, sleeker cable that will provide a ton of power. So if you look at the actual GPU, so all GPUs as of right now still ship with the adapters in the box. So you'll see that this little sleek connector has 3 of the 8 pins that all go into it. The thing you need to consider is that this connector is clean and simple and smooth when it comes to installing it, and it looks great and it's very straightforward. You want to make sure this thing is fully seated into your graphics card. In fact, you'll see that while you can use the adapter, I don't really recommend these because it's kind of nice to have a newer power supply that has it built in. You can use this. I like the idea of using the cables that have been specially designed so you don't have to worry about any adapters. The reason why this is yellow and the newer 16-pin cables have been shipping that are yellow or red or something is because you want to make sure that when you plug this in, you don't see any of the yellow connector, right? You want to make sure it's fully seated because otherwise this connector and these cables can actually melt, which could cause serious damage, as you might expect, to your graphics card, to your cable, to your power supply, to your PC. And I will generally recommend, if you are using one of these newer graphics cards, especially something like a 5080, you may actually want to just buy a new power supply. All right, now let us install the beast. I'll say, this is a really silly recommendation, you might need a friend for this one. I say that because this thing's heavy, right? So watch, as I go to install it, you'll see that normally what you'll do is on the bottom here, this is our PCI Express connector, right? So that is all graphics cards are going to use this. That is going to interface into the slot on your motherboard. Now, normally you can just plug it in. Oh, there's more plastic, good lord. So I'm going to do this by myself, and I'm just gonna try to get my screws ready. This is not a problem for almost any system except for one with a huge GPU. Basically, once you install it, you're gonna use the 2 screws to mount it, the same screws that we just removed from these covers. But because it's such a big and heavy GPU, I'm actually not gonna take my hand off of it because that's a lot of weight it's gonna be pulling down. It's fine, but I'm gonna be a little careful anyway. I'm gonna line it up here, making sure that our connector is as close to seat as possible. A little wiggle, and then we're gonna click it, and it should go all the way into place. Now, without letting go of the GPU, I'm gonna keep holding it here. I'm going to use my thumb screw.
Do you need help?
No. You're gonna do it by yourself.
Well,
Look, I don't have to hold it, but I don't want it to collapse. So it's just a big heavy board.
Do you want to use the little...
No, I'm fine. I can do it by myself. Okay, so see, we're gonna at least I can get one of these screws in pretty tight to take off some of the pressure. There we go.
I did not
now I
get
can let go. We want to put both screws in for sure. But now we have our absolute chungus of a GPU installed. Good Lord, this thing is just, and this is not even a 5090, right? This is a 5080. Not that that makes it that much cheaper or anything, but like, I mean, this is high-end stuff, and there's even more plastic too.
Anyways,
it actually, I will say, for
thank you guys for watching. If I don't see you guys again, hope you have a good morning, good evening,
so what SAG
good night.
is a